But anyway, so good hello everybody, and welcome to part 4 this time of Tomorrow's Goodbye. I am Ryan the GM. It's the 11th of the 11th, 2023. Again, happy anniversary Skyrim, and here's to many more releases. Here are the players.
Hello, I will be starting us off this time since Alexander was unable to join us. But I am Dylan, and I will be playing Myr'ra Vess, the mysterious adept who shepherds spirits and can do it slightly better now that she's leveled up.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'll continue to play Myr'ra Pentergast, a clumsy adept who would rather be reading.
Hi everyone, my name's Chris, and tonight I'm playing Nori Medium, a stealthy explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I am playing, once again, Riven, the tough warrior who rages and is now panicking because of the nuke that just got set off.
Spoilers. So, what did you remember from last time?
Mainly that!
Big bad
The man
Big
nuke
bad
blow
boom.
Pretty uneventful.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
it was
I'd like to emphasise the last thing that was said is we couldn't see you, Myr'ra. You were just in a halo of light. So,
But you heard me.
we heard you.
We entertained a vampire for about 5 seconds.
That we did.
We spoke to the Church of the Night.
Yes.
They seem pretty cool. They're pretty chill.
Yeah, they seem fun.
No pun intended, but very chill. Yeah. Yep.
Learned a little bit more about the Pantheon within this world.
Yes.
Had some pie made of melon.
We procured a very, very important relic, the comb.
Yeah, a hairbrush.
We saw a very melted sword belonging to the
Remember
previous Queen's Guard.
Samda, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Samda Peron.
Who seemed to have been on a kind of secret mission to the Devil Capital.
Yes, Caldera.
Yeah, the fact that anyone wanted to pick a fight with her, especially when she very seldom leaves the Queen's side, there's a lot of implications in this.
Yeah.
Not great, any of them.
All very
Yeah.
topical with the explosion in Iceland. The volcano going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. I think
Did it
there are
actually
100.
go off?
This is many.
100 different small volcanoes
Yeah.
eruptions are happening.
Iceland woke up, essentially.
Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah.
Had the whole country not risen by like 7 centimeters? That's not supposed to happen.
No. The Earth's
Yeah.
fine, by the way, everybody. The Earth is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in
We've
good
all played
shape.
Shadow of the Colossus, right? Or at least seen it, right? So Iceland's just going to stand up and start wandering.
As I said, Iceland
We
has
have to aim
woke
for the
up.
glowy spots.
Yep.
1,000 earthquakes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because
Because it's not one major one, it's like a chain of like
Mhm.
thousands of small ones. And it's just, please don't turn into one mega one.
Too long has Iceland gone under the radar.
Don't just be
I mean,
said
since
bye.
the last volcano.
Grounded all of
God,
Europe's
get the
flights.
Hasn't Japan just had a volcano go off and it's made a whole new island?
Well, they needed space to expand.
To put their nuclear reactors.
Yeah. But so, topically aside.
So our explosion,
Yes.
in contrast,
The
Yes.
most important explosion.
Hasn't affected Iceland.
Myr'ra decided to act like a lightning rod to divine magic.
it seemed like a good idea at the time.
It never was a good idea.
Always a good idea.
Never. It's a
Never
cool
asked
one.
before.
We learned
It's a cool
something.
idea.
We did. We learned.
No, you didn't learn it. You reinforced. We knew it.
Okay,
We knew
yeah.
it that it hit you before.
Confirmed.
We just confirmed that it can hit you harder.
And we confirmed
Further
that it
away.
does it multiple times.
That we didn't break it the first time. And that it doesn't matter whether you're standing right next to it or not.
Yep, no, it zones in on you.
All important information.
But we did
On
get
us.
very good information from that in a way that the Church of Light is the reason we can't get in.
Yes,
we
because
That's
what we did
unlike
learn.
the last wishes of Samda, the sarcophagus was blessed,
Interred by
warded
them.
by the Church of Light, not the Church of Night.
Yes. And as you learn, Samda seems to be a follower of the Church of Night, one of the many deities that fall under that umbrella. So, yes. I think what else. So yeah, that was pretty much it. I escorted young Jack back to his dad's farm with the loyal Melon. You spoke to Cleft Puron, Jack's dad. Spoke a bit about Samda. He mentioned things like Caldera to you guys, the capital where the devils and demons live. And yeah, there was a lot of intrigue from that. You noticed her sword above the fireplace, with some what looks like battle damage. Although, again, from the glances, it didn't look like demonic battle damage, despite that being the last mission they seemed to be on. So that's a thing. Yeah. I think if there's anything else. So he's left there. I spoke to Father Rand at the night church. And then after there, you had a lovely little stroll with Mayor Threem and Siri Thane. And you shared what you had found, somewhat reluctant in some parts. And then I decided to give it another go. You know, we had a slightly different plan. It wasn't the exact same plan. It was different enough to warrant potentially different outcome. But if nothing else, it does probably confirm that it is probably Samda's body in that sarcophagus for reals this time. Mm-hmm. Since that's different ways you've tried to interact with Samda as the focal point, rather than anything else. So that, or whoever's hair is on that brush is in the sarcophagus, and it's just weirdly coincidental. Like, who knows? But it's probably a good bet that it's definitely Samda. Like, combining that with what Myr'ra learned from her scanning spell, like, yeah, it does seem to be Samda. Okay. Then it blew up. Yeah, so the ritual that Myr'ra enacted enveloped Myr'ra in white light as you heard the kind of screams getting cut off. Everybody else got volleyed backwards except Riven, who managed to plant their sword in and stop themselves getting completely knocked off their feet. Poor Lockheart got volleyed off of a tree and has probably lost consciousness until he can make the session, if possible. And and we kind of faded out with, well, that was exciting, from our wonderful mayor and host. So yeah, we screen wiped on that. We fade in the mayor's manor, where Siri Thane has put Lockhart to bed with a cold face cloth over his forehead. That is the limits of the medical treatment he's receiving. He seems to be unconscious. Not bad, but he did seem to have like a cut on his head from where he hit it off the tree. And what did you guys do then? Did you just go back to your rooms? Did you go back to one person's room? Did you hang around Lockhart and chat to him, hoping he'll be able to catch up automatically through the power of subconscious suggestion? Like, what's the plan?
I would certainly say Riven's probably keeping quite an eye on Myr'ra, just in case suddenly goes down like a ton of bricks. Like, I'm fine, no.
No. After, like, Myr'ra obviously took quite a lot of damage from that. Mentally, yeah, burnt out. Like, probably got the kind of condensation lines coming off like the skin still. Even like for the entire like trip back, you probably helped Myr'ra, Riven, on the way back to the manor itself.
Probably got a bridal carry there.
But in true
Acceptable.
anime fashion, it was the bureaucrat that took the most damage from the tree. Visibly, it seems, than Myr'ra, who got like nuked from the sky. So yeah, take from that what you will. Poor Lockheart.
You got some ghosts protecting you. You were in a graveyard, so maybe the spirits were like, nope.
A rave in the grave.
This one's ours.
Oh no,
We like her.
they're friend-shaped. We have to protect them.
So yes, so while
Yeah.
very uncomfortable, Myr'ra, you are still functional within the limits of like your stats.
Okay, and I'm being carried back, princess style.
Yeah, you can get carried princess style by Riven. Probably can do it with one arm as well. Just like,
Impressive.
yeah. Big. We enjoy the big wife. But yeah, if
So-
we're in the manor,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think for like the
pro-
sake of like convenience, like Ethane's just left Lockhart's room and yous are all there. It probably is the easiest way to keep yous all in the one place for now. Yous can then kind of scatter, I guess, afterwards if need be.
I guess I'm going wherever Riven's taking me.
Yeah, if we're all in Lockhart's room while he's KO'd on the bed, definitely gingerly putting Myr'ra down on a chair or something like that, just and immediately getting like water or something like that, just not quite understanding, doesn't understand magic great, and is just like, I don't know what I just saw, just know it sucked.
Thank you, dear.
That was definitely a bit bigger than the last time.
Yes.
That is certainly one way to put it.
There's still, like I said, this vapor is still coming off of Myr'ra. Still.
Myr'ra, are you in any great pain?
I do not believe so.
Just looking around for for a focal point, maybe. Like
Lockhart is going to need to rest that off. Lucky he didn't break his neck. So, what can we say apart from it's definitely the Church of Light?
So as you're like, there's like a knock, knock, knock at the door, and then the door opens a bit, and in pops Threem's head, just like through the crack in the door, and goes, "Ah, good, you're all still up." And then he kind of like steps in, and like lets the door swing open dramatically, and he strolls in. He goes, "Ah, good, he's been put to bed. Probably best. He's had a big night."
Oh, do come in.
Thank you! In my own home. Yes, it's always nice to be welcomed. And yourself, you seem a little out of sorts there. Gestures to all the wavy lines coming off of you.
Sorts of.
Right. Yes. I would recommend we don't try and that again. The Queen might send more of you.
Or we try it further. Do you have another hair?
Just like mouth open, like as if. What do you say to that?
Myr'ra, you're not doing anything of such ilk. Not again.
This evening. Probably this evening, no more poking the dead.
I know very little of magic, but I can only imagine that the beacon that you all but set off will have alerted whoever set that thing.
Yes,
So-
well, Sir Ethane is currently out having to diplomatically reassure the Queen's guard.
Oh.
Yes,
But not the church.
I mean, I do believe it's past their bedtime. You can tell it when the way he says that as well. Like, he probably doesn't have a lot of love for the Church of Light, possibly for obvious reasons, possibly not. But yes, and he says, yes, my concerns are more with Commander Stolt and his deployment through my town currently. I don't imagine that light show would have been reassuring to them. No.
Speaking of them, you have but one guard for this entire town. Sorithane is undoubtedly very talented. I should like to clash swords with him in a refereed environment, but he is one man. Without the Queen's Guard, how do you protect this place?
Kind of like, he's smiling like the whole time, like he's very pleased with the fact that you've asked. Like he's obviously very proud of what he's achieved. And he goes, well, reputation protects this town. And that's why this curse, as he like gestures with bunny ears, simply has to go. Because what threat is an unrivaled combatant, such as myself with wit and Cypher with blade, that he says it very like Cypher with blade. What threat are we to denizens that cannot die?
But any greater number of threat, again, Cypher can only stand for so long.
I believe that that would be the case if someone was a threat to a town of this size and position so close to the capital that if someone really wanted to make a statement, they would claim the town, regardless of the troops stationed here. Reputation is more important than you think in the capital. And he waves his hand vaguely, like you can tell he would not go there if you paid him. This town runs quite well on the understanding that we are all happy to live here and prosper. He kind of nods. Yes, so it seems. For now.
Mostly.
Kind of like narrows his eyes. Like, what is she scheming? And he puts his like smiley, polite face back on and goes, yes. However, if you were ever looking to try your hand at besting Cypher in some friendly combat, I'm sure that could be arranged very publicly, of course. Very good for the town.
Perhaps when the Queen arrives for her birthday.
Yes.
You could say that you suggested it.
Indeed. That sounds like the attention I want from our dearest Majesty. However, I was thinking more once we have got rid of this plague upon my town, there would be a real threat to it, you know?
Elaborate.
Well, two people fighting in a ring. He looks at your excitement there, Hannah. He goes,
Myr'ra was like, and then understood.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
And he gestures like with your excitement. Goes, yes, you know. And he points.
At the moment, if there'd be no risk, not that we want there to be a risk.
Of course not. It would clearly be a very polite and bloodless fight if it could be helped. He like licks his lower lip very quickly at that. However, much more exciting for people to see something that has risk involved, wouldn't you say? Like, he looks excited at the idea of that.
I'll be your referee.
Wonderful! He gestures to Myr'ra, like without looking at her though, just his hands out, like gestures with like frilly sleeve.
Any real soldier or commander understands you do not take such risks unless there is no choice.
Kind of like thinks about it and goes, yes, luckily I'm not a commander though.
But I am.
Yes, but you volunteered the idea, right? Surely you would like to see the outcome of that, even if it does have somewhat protections in place. Would not like to see your countess without her blade.
I will put it as under consideration.
You could invite your countess here also. We could make a complete day of it.
She would eat you alive.
I would love that.
I even Riven for the first time looks a bit like no,
unsettled.
No, like you don't understand. I have not met one of your disposition in my time. Certainly, at least not to my knowledge. But
She means vampire.
He's chuckling a bit to himself, like just.
But I understand my countess, and you would be too intriguing to let go.
I see.
For your own
Attachment issues,
sake.
then. That's fine.
More. I do hope you would answer her questions on how you gained this. She would get the answers.
You look like you've not turned him off to the idea. If anything, you've made it way more appealing. So he's got that kind of look of, oh, but I shouldn't, but I should, but I shouldn't. Like he's debating having an extra chocolate. Like, oh.
However, that is for my countess to decide.
Of course. And then he looks to Nori.
May I interject? Are you assuming that Sir Ethane is unkillable in the town at the moment? We've already seen one death. Are you so sure
Yes, we have actually seen more than one death, as I'd mentioned previously. Some have died, like waves begin, but it doesn't seem to form any kind of discernible pattern, as I mentioned before. This is unusual, but the volume of people that are not dying to either age, which is hard to predict, I will grant you. But, yes, it's an oddity. However, Sir Ethane's just incredibly skilled. That's why he was worth the money. You seem unconvinced.
No, I'm a man who weighs the odds of things. If there was any suspicion within the I will say rogues within your town, gained the impression that Sir Ethane was not indestructible.
I'm sure something big enough would kill him, like a really big rock.
Or a Riven.
He smiles and says, yes, but we'll have to wait to see if the Countess lets us find that out. He does look so excited at the idea.
All I'm trying to suggest is, do you not think you're in more danger of losing control if Sir Ethane is not one of the... How can I put this?
You're worried that if Sir Ethane is killable, he could be overcome with opposition of some kind. Is that right?
That are not killable.
Right. Then would it matter if there was 100 Sir Ethanes, if they were all killable and the opponents were unkillable? I don't think so. Really, the system's quite elegant. I don't have to spend as much money of the... I can put the money back into the town and places we care about. Except it seems our dearest majesty protecting land that is dead space in my town that I can't repurpose for something more vital to the town's growth, like a school or brothel.
The second option.
He laughs and goes, you'd be surprised. And
I understand, I partake, but...
the trouble that a brothel reduces in a town is unparalleled.
Yes, but the school, I would enforce the school one. The school one is a good idea.
It was my first idea.
And it does help with the growth.
Indeed. I kind of it's kind of proud of his, clear grasp of, running a town.
On of the same vein of Nori, and out of...
He twitches when you say that. It just a very slight twitch.
I wonder why. And it is pure curiosity, and again, I do not expect you to answer if you're not comfortable with it. How good are you in a fight?
Myself, or and he gestures to Nori as if he's like feigning.
You.
Oh right, yes. I've been known to hold a blade or two. And he gives you like a cheeky look, and then he says, but I don't think we're quite talking about that. But yes, no, I can handle myself in a fight quite comfortably.
Just genuine curiosity of what you're...
I see.
I do not want to use the word affliction, because it isn't. You don't perceive it as that. But what it gives you.
Yes.
Apart from immortality.
He looks around the room, and then, like...
If you try and hurt yourself, I'm going to be quite upset. Please don't.
No, he looks around the room as if trying to like size the place up. And he goes to like the bottom of the bed where like, you know, there's like a chest that's got some cushions on it, obviously for sitting. And he just like sits his like, kind of daintily touches his toes against it, like with these like very fancy shoes that he's wearing. And he just like flicks his foot a bit, and it does like volley the chest against the wall.
Ooh.
And he's like, and he kind of like shrugs and goes, "Curiosity satisfied, or shall we arm wrestle?"
No?
He does like an elaborate bow at that.
I'm starting to
Give me some
understand
break.
why we only need you and Thane for this town.
Yes, reputation. And as he says that, he like flashes his teeth a little. People aren't quite ready to cross whatever they think I am. And quite frankly, I have very little stomach for violence. Which is good, because the reputation is all that matters. Kind of nods as if...
Leaves more room for blood.
Kind of nods, yes.
The fact that you, at least through what we saw earlier on today, seem to have volunteers to keep you sustained.
Oh, they're well paid.
It's not even that. They live.
Yes.
They walked out.
Well, these
They're not a monster.
These
So
people
that
that are willing
reputation
to
is-
volunteer enjoy the financial compensation that I can afford them, given the lack of, well, drain on resources elsewhere, as you can imagine. So yes, this town runs very well. And people make blood back. And shrugs vaguely like that's how it works, right?
I'm getting nods like, yeah, get it. I've seen enough people who want things to get it back. Just
Yeah. You can tell like he's only half thought of that because it's not really that important to him.
no. Right.
And
I
is
think
your
that-
hunger sated?
Well, and he kind of like fishes out a pocket watch. Goes, got a couple of hours of the evening left before I feed and then turn in for the day. Why are you offering? And he smirks.
No, just in general. The balance, again, between your volunteers and potential hunger.
I generally feed once a day. Is that what you want to know? Would you like to know
Yes, that's
when?
closer.
If I wash my hands beforehand or
Nope.
afterwards? If yes.
Do
That's
you
okay.
shine your fangs?
What was that? Sorry, Nori?
Do you shine your fangs?
He smirks there, very aware that if he smiled his fangs would be on display. And he says, I don't often feel I need to. These are only for piercing the skin. They're very useless in any kind of altercation that may occur.
You see Riven thinking is that he's not tried. With chunks missing.
You can also tell that he doesn't look the type that would just like ferally eat something, though, right? He does
something
seem
would have to go terribly
Yeah.
wrong for him to
Mhm.
start acting like that.
like he is very like he's very precise in how he moves, how he speaks. Like he obviously quite likes social interactions with certain people. Like like he's a bit of a dandy that way, right? Rather than a feral vampire creature type thing from other such incarnations. So yeah.
I can just see him in the future trying to find a dentist that will make him gold caps for his fangs, 'cause with some nice jewel encrusted gold fangs.
We know it wouldn't be silver anyway, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Fake climbing
I'll
out of your
shout,
mouth.
Help! But no, definitely could foresee that. And then he would just say they were just on it for aesthetic reasons.
Mhm. So that when I eventually get buried, they can afford the elaborate funeral I deserve. Yes.
Yeah. Right, we should rest, and I certainly think the Temple of the Day or whatever. I want to sleep. I really just want to sleep.
Kind of smiles and goes, "Don't worry, you'll be in safe hands under my roof. Would you like me to make arrangements with anyone at the Church of Light for the morning?"
Definitely looking at the two more magically inclined people here, like, you are going to do all the talking.
Oh.
Do you have any?
I think we look wide-eyed at each other. We don't normally have to.
May I ask?
Both of you look at
Names?
Lockhart on the bed, like, "Oh no,
Oh,
wake up, Lockhart!"
Oh no! Do you have a name of the main father of that place?
It is a sister, as such. Yes. And he tells you the name I'm about to generate.
Awesome.
Oh, what a good name.
Yep. Where is a good name generator? There we go. Let's see what we can get for this character. Fantasy and folklore. Okay. Elman. E-L-M-O-N.
Ooh,
Elman.
Sister Elman.
sister. Okay. Yes. Yay. That would be lovely.
He goes, "I'm sure it will be." Very, unconvinced.
Late morning, please.
Hmm.
Well, I do imagine that the morning service would take up the early slot. Unless you wished to attend that also. Please don't bring any of their chanting back here. I will be asleep.
Understandable.
Seems reasonable.
He kind of nods. He goes, "Is there anything else you would need before I turn in?"
Samara stands up. An escort back to my room, please. She holds out her arm.
He kind of laughs. And he says, "Did you forget the way already?"
It's been an eventful night.
Yes, quite. And these lines still coming off you as you emanate. And he goes, "Well, I guess I'll be a rude host." And he puts his arm crook out for you to loop into.
I take it.
Yeah. And he goes, "Ta-ta!" as he waves over his shoulder as he leaves through the door.
Good night, good sir.
And he departs with Myr'ra. Myr'ra, you're taken to the other side of the mezzanine type staircase part, because you were the last room, because Lockhart was the first room, so yeah, you're at the opposite side. Yep.
I'm gonna look at Nori and Riven and go, "Do you think we should or shouldn't tell Lockhart that town funds are being used to pay for blood donations?"
I think the less damage we
I
do
think
to
it
his
could go
mind
either
is for the
way.
better.
Lockhart twitches in his sleep,
Say I.
Public funding!
Misuse of party
Public
funds.
funding!
I suppose it's the same as paying for. It's probably fine. Okay.
I feel this is hurting you more than it would hurt Lockhart somehow.
I think the books might be out of order. It's fine. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. I'm going to scuttle out.
I'm gonna just look at Nori. Well, do you have any idea what we bore witness to?
None. This religious thing is above my head. This is beyond my expectations of what we were looking into. Yourself?
Church is involved, and that always makes things mucky. In my expertise. People claim sanctuary, and it's not really. So, just yeah. Be careful if you do have sticky fingers in their church. They might have everything set to go off like a cheap firework.
My hands don't seem to be quick enough at the moment. Caught stealing a brush. No, that should
We all
never happen.
have. Nori, you were good enough to have been caught and selected by the queen or the king in this scenario. You didn't get that from stealing apples from a cart or a couple of horses. Your expertise, as much as I might find it a little unsavory at times, is of great talent. But you don't win every fight. You do not succeed at every task. That is what war has taught me.
I nod and
I will remain in here tonight.
contemplatively.
Keep
If
an eye
you
on
wish to switch, come to my room and wake me, and I will come and take a shift if you need it.
I intend to sleep. It's just in case he starts thrashing around or something. Or wakes bolt upright and doesn't know where he is. It might be comfort just for somebody to tell him exactly where he is.
Imagine he woke up and creeped out of the room because he was awkward. What happened?
Ryan Riven's room. No.
Did we? No. But did we?
No. I'm not your wife. No.
Yeah, that's why it's even more awkward because he knows you.
Yeah. He knows. Good night, Nori.
Wakes up in his friend's room, 7'8" person
Yeah.
sitting in the bed and going, yes, good night, Riven. Until tomorrow.
Tomorrow. She'll just kind of shed most of the armor off and put the sword up on the wall and just lay down on the couch and go down.
Move the chest of drawers back or whatever, like put stuff
Yeah.
on it. Yeah.
Probably can like curl it a few times with her arms, but she still is just like, that's scary how strong he is. But it's like impressed, but also our brain's ticking over on how would I beat that if it came for me?
Yeah, like Riven could toss that chest across the room, but it would be effort to volley it
Yeah.
across the room.
Yeah.
Whereas he kicked it like a quarter of the way across the room with fairly little effort, but when you went to like right it, obviously you're a big strong lady. However, it's not like, thinly planed furniture like we would have. It is proper big like slabs of wood that have formed this, and the outside looks pretty.
This thing's like quite happily sitting at like 30 kilos and he picked it like a football.
Yeah. But you'd say like he did take his time to like position his foot and toes and stuff, and like it was precise movement for him rather than
damage his shoes.
Exactly, because he's probably done that given his strength versus the daintiness of his clothing options. Yes, it's like goes into a fight, comes out naked again.
God damn it!
But yes,
taffeta.
the only one I have left is the lavender one, and I hate the lavender one. Yes.
Why do I even have that anymore? I never wear it.
So yes, you all turn in for the night then.
Yeah.
Nori.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you all turn in for the night.
Yeah. I am tempted. I've also got something else running through my head.
Okay, share with the class. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, my problem is my might is down to 3, and I need to recover that. So I do feel like I do need to go to sleep. But when I get back into my room, I'm going to take a couple of arrows out of my quiver, and I'm going to take off the heads of them and sharpen the wooden points a bit sharper.
Yep. Fair.
Okay, so I don't know if I should put down some.
Yeah, that wouldn't be that
pointy
difficult to do.
arrows.
Yeah, like a dagger and like whittling some wood with the heads off them. Yeah.
Yeah, and then put that back into my quiver just in case. So,
like
obviously they're for a single purpose.
I mean,
we won't go into that at all.
Yeah, like who's to say what those could be for, right? Just
exactly.
Inconvenience a dragon with a giant skelf.
Yeah.
So inconvenient.
Does skelf translate across the pond, Dylan? Like
Not at all.
Does that translate? A wooden, a very small piece of wood.
We call
lodged
a
in?
splinter a
Yeah,
skelf.
Really?
Yeah,
I had
Skelf.
no idea.
Yeah.
Never have I heard that ever.
Sounds like such a fantasy term, doesn't it? A Skelf.
It does, yeah,
Stealth.
fits in.
But yeah, it's a Skelf or a Splinter for us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just call them splinters.
Yeah. I figured it was Splinter over there, yeah. But no. Skelf!
Ow!
Got tweezers.
Right, so how many are you wanting to make out of like your lot of arrows?
At the moment, I've got 20, so I think I'll go with 5.
Sure, as long as you just mark down that you have 5 of your arrows are like, I guess, like tipless, right?
Yeah.
For the wood. Obviously, a called shot in combat is significantly harder. Just so as you know, so if you're trying to like hit someone in the heart, say, for example, just off the top of my head,
Why the heart?
like just off the top of my head, you know,
Interesting. What a funny place.
yes. I mean,
See, the thing is, hitting anything in the heart will kill it. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So the only thing is, we're working on assumptions that we are dealing with our world vampires and vampires dying the
Yeah,
same way
the
in this
mythos
world.
and fairy like folklore we have.
Yeah, so that might not. In this, it probably won't be true, but in my mind,
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
in theory, for a character, from what you have learned about vampires in game, which is very little, because you did roll for that before, like it's a bit assumptive to make wooden like staked arrows, but at the same time, who's to say if
Probably
they'll work
heard
or
enough
not?
campfire stories.
Yeah.
and rumors, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with you making 5 of those. Right, and then you turn in, I guess, for the that you've
Yeah, I feel like I've got to because of the damage everybody's taken tonight.
And remember that
Mhm.
any of the rest you haven't used yet, you can use like currently. That conversation could have been a 10-minute rest for people, just so you know. Because remember, sleeping for the night doesn't get you any points back. Like you need to spend rests to get points back. So even if you are under your maximums the next day, you're just under your maximum the next day. That's how it works. Only when you've used all of your rests, including your 10-hour one, do you then get them back, because the assumption is it's a new day. I like the system. I think it's quite good. It gives you guys control over when you want to rest and recover and stuff.
Right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
So now we could use all of the ones we have left
yeah, basically.
in the like overnight.
Yep. Yep.
I'm just gonna roll.
Yeah.
Oof, only 3. Youch.
Yeah, it's bound to happen at some point. So did you use all your recoveries before that? So that was your last one?
No.
Because that was your 10-hour one, apparently.
Oh yeah, I still have my 10-minute and 1-hour one.
Yeah, use them in order.
Okay.
But that's fine. You've used that one. You just used them out of order. Since we're doing it all at the
Okay,
same
so
time.
5.
But
Oh,
keep
that's
that.
got me everything back.
Yeah, like keep that in mind that is like the 10-minute one if you're not doing anything strenuous, right? Whatever that means. Like that conversation you had with Threem could easily have been your 10-minute recovery, right? It's only if you were then to be interrupted during this very, very particular 10-minute scene, because obviously I'd have to be really precious about timings if you weren't to like have a 10-minute break. The other one's obviously easier to interrupt, as you can imagine, bigger time window, but again, depending on what you're doing, what's an hour? Do you know what I mean? One of the other options you can upgrade to is adding 2 to your recovery rolls, which is kind of awesome.
I think I do that, don't I?
You do that by default, but everybody adds 1 by default because of their tier. So everybody adds their tier. You get a +1 because you're tough. So if you'd also then taken the other one, you would be on a +4 tier 1, which is kind of awesome.
So I get 7 points back for my 1-hour rest.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done.
Very nice.
Yep.
The problem is now I'm fully awake and bored.
Well, no, you've now
Fully healed.
You've shrugged off the nuke that hit you, is what you're saying. Now you're
now you're gonna go sleep.
these aren't energy. This is you now wanting to turn into sleep.
Yeah.
Remember, your points running out are you dying, not you getting tired.
And you said we have time to use our 10-hour?
Well, yeah, you're going to turn in for the night, right? So,
Okay, yeah.
and you're sleeping in, so So yeah, you've got your 10-hour rest coming up now. And remember, as far as I'm concerned, like roughly 8 hours is what you would need to function on sleep-wise for a busy day, right? So you would have like 2 hours of, I guess, light reading or, gentle
Reading
yoga.
and making a meal and
A simple meal, like a sandwich, yeah. Like not a banquet though, right?
no.
But yeah, I'm willing to like,
A traveling meal.
like even like the idea of sitting whittling for one of those hours wouldn't be an issue either. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's quite simple. But if you're looking to carve like, I don't know, like a pirate ship out of a piece of wood, maybe that's a lot more intensive than just sharpening a stick.
Mhm.
So yeah, like definitely like if you can think that makes sense realistically within the bounds of not being exhausting, then yeah, it probably could be done in the time that you've got. And so long as you all actually sleep, you won't be suffering any kind of penalties from being knackered. So, everything good? No bad dreams for anybody, which is nice. Yep. And yeah, the morning comes. Everybody wakes up, except maybe Lockheart, who's still KO'd. His cloth's probably dry now. So I guess Riven, you can be up first. Not that the order matters, but the camera's in that room first. Yeah.
Oh.
Are you spooning Lockheart?
Sleeping on the couch.
Yeah. Okay.
Lockhart's on the couch and you've taken the bed.
You just moved him.
You'll never notice.
I know. He doesn't know. No, she'll kind of get up, just kind of start putting the armor back on, and knowing that the noise isn't even rousing, she's like, oh, he's still down. Go and have a quick check on him, just look him over, see if there's, any blood like trickling out of his ears.
Give us a medical roll.
A medical roll. Okay, so that's an intellect, yeah?
Yeah. And unless you've got a skill that... Yeah, do you have any kind of skills in that area?
On this then...
I have skills on hurting, not fixing.
How do I inverse those roles? What was that, Chris? What were you asking, sorry?
I was just going to say, at the present time, I know I've got medical. What do we call it?
That's okay. This is just because...
Kits.
This is Riven in the room alone at the moment, though. So...
No, exactly. But
yeah.
my question was, for us to use them, do we need medical training?
For you to use them well.
Yeah, okay.
But the healing kit, I believe, counts as an asset, from what I read.
So I'll use one of those. So difficulty unknown?
Yep.
Unknown, effort, no. Asset, yes. We're going to use an asset.
Nice. No effort.
Cost 0.
No effort.
No effort.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, and yeah, cost 0.
11.
Okay, yeah. So, he seems to be breathing, right? Seems to be unconscious. You have seen a lot of people volleyed around battlefields, and he definitely needs some more recovery time. How long is hard to say, because you've never really experienced, like, divine explosions. It's not something very common.
Normal explosions, yes.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this is an unknown, but obviously head colliding with tree is never good. So, yeah, but he doesn't look like his life is in danger, but obviously if this lasts a couple of days, this could be very problematic. But then you're in the good place for it, right?
Probably just like re-rinse the cloth in some cold water, put it back on his head, and if there's any like parchment or something about, just squiggle out a note.
Yeah.
Put it on the bed beside him, just to basically say, away to the Church of Light. This is what everyone's okay. Myr'ra's not dead. That's where we are. We will be reconvening later.
Yeah.
Stay safe, kind of thing. And then head out into the foyer where the food was last time, like down the stairs from the mezzanine. And just head down there and assume stuff's there.
So
we're gonna follow our nose.
Okay. So we'll pause on you there. We're gonna jump to Myr'ra. Myr'ra, I need you as you're about to wake up. So just before you're waking up in that nice, like, semi-lucid state, I need you to roll an intellect defense roll.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
So this is just a normal intellect.
Unless you've got something that
difficulty unknown.
helps. So, do you have any training in intellect defense tasks? They would just be considered skills.
I mean, resist interrogation, but I assume that's not.
So this is not an interrogation.
Yeah.
You stop knocking on my coffin, I'm trying to sleep! Thunder.
So I'm not going to use effort, but would this be something I could?
Yes. Any task.
Even though I'm not prepared for it?
Any task you can use effort on because you can decide that was something you would naturally try and fight.
Okay.
Again, it's what I love about this system. I did read something in the book, or I may have made it up in a dream, but it was about people getting caught off guard, like ambushing people, and there's rules about that, about what players can and can't do until they're aware. However, I don't remember specifically what it was, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh no.
Dang.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dylan, thank you.
Welcome. I'm happy to provide.
So kind, and for free as well.
Yes.
You have no XP to reroll it either, do you?
Nope, not a one.
So this is a good time to remind everyone, right? Not that I'm encouraging it, but just as a reminder that you can cause any roll to reroll if you spend XP, not just your own. Just so you know, which is excellent.
Ooh.
It's also why I like the fact that obviously I don't roll. So let's say in the hypothetical situation that Riven is fighting Cypher, and Cypher attacks Riven. Riven rolls a defense task because that's how the system works, right? Because Nat's the player, so Nat rolls. If Nat rolls poorly in that particular defense task against Cypher's attack, any of you could spend an XP to make that reroll, which is kind of great. There are ways to try certain things again, like if you fail lockpicking and if it's feasible you could try again, that's different to rerolling. You can choose to reroll what happened, so basically time happened differently, or instead of using XP for that, like having a go again just increases the difficulty one step if it's feasible that it could happen a second time. So like, you know, the equivalent of like tying down a sail in a boat in a rough sea, right? And then if you fuck it up the first time, you could go, well, can I quickly try it again? You would spend, I think it's a level of effort to give it another go or something. I can't remember the exact rules, but there are rules. If it comes up, we'll go into it in detail, but you spend some amount of points to do it again. It is slightly more difficult, but it kind of makes sense, right? That it's a bit more unruly in that storm or whatever, in that example. So certain things can be done again. Don't just think because you failed it's done. Certain, obviously, like recalling information's probably one and done, right? Unless you're adding new info or new sources of info in, I would say. But that's where you'd maybe want to focus on rerolls. But anyone can spend their XP for anyone to reroll. And I love that about the system. It's very cooperative.
Dylan, I still have 4 XP. Like an XP.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Keep it.
Do you know the weird
I was
thing
going to
is?
say, my problem with that in this scenario is we don't know.
We
because
don't
he's in-
yet.
But spending
They're
XP... No, but spending XP is a player level decision, not a character level decision.
Mhm.
Your characters don't know they have
I know
XP.
it.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
So there's 2 layers to a game, remember. The player level,
Yeah.
the character level. This is definitely a player level decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't want it, Dylan, we're going. Let's go
No,
with this.
I'll take whatever's about to.
The other thing that is interesting is I don't know if
me.
Dylan technically gets a say in someone spending to reroll it. It wasn't clear in the book. I obviously would run it that it's Dylan's scene.
Yeah.
However,
would-
I don't think it's specified, which is kind of funny to go, nah, reroll that, nah, reroll that, reroll it. What's that one? I
There
want
you go.
that one. That's my favourite number.
The bestest number.
It's just someone
so,
spending
no, if
10
Dylan
XP.
says no, that's a no.
Yes, and I think that's how
I
it
do
should be done.
appreciate the offer, though.
Mhm.
I'm curious. I don't
I
want
have
you
4.
to use. Yeah.
I have 4, so let all of the people that don't have XP be known. I have 4 banked.
Mhm.
So use
So
them
do I.
if you need. There you go. So there's 8 between the 4 of us.
And remember, if there is an intrusion I introduce, and you get XP, you give an XP to someone else during that particular scenario, that's probably a good reason to be like, oh, thanks for that XP you spent helping me reroll that. Here's one back, because you know that. Or remember that time you kicked that squirrel? There you go, there's some XP. Or whatever the scenario may be.
Not playing Baldur's Gate.
Yeah,
Also,
I was just thinking about that.
Also, do not kick squirrels, that's very mean.
Yes.
But
You don't
yes.
always get a choice.
So, yeah, you, in your lucid dreaming state, as you know, normally you would just like wake up in whatever fashion Myr'ra wakes up in. Because again, I think we established Myr'ra doesn't keep track of time very well. So Myr'ra went to bed just hoping, you know, I'll wake up at the right time. But yeah, it does feel like you've woke up, right? So you get up in bed. Things seem, again, like how you were like it was hard to focus before. It still feels that slightly ethereally blurry, like your surroundings are a bit off kilter. You hop out of bed, you look around the room, as you like walk around the bed and head towards like the door or whatever. You're already dressed, like you're already in your full outfit.
Of course.
Yep. And then like you open the door, and like as you're like about to open the door, like you're essentially closing the door to the manor, so you're already outside. You're looking around this like the town square. There are like people moving past you, but it's all echoey. Like there's nothing that's like standing out. It's just the impression that people are there doing their thing. What does Myr'ra do? Because you're now like in the centre of Loudenhall.
And I just found myself here all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're just here. Where else would you be, right?
I could definitely look around. Like,
Yeah, and again, like as you're like,
wait, what was I doing again?
and like as you're like focusing and looking around, like you can see like, you know, people heading to like where the tavern that you'd seen when you came in was, like at the north end of town. As you're looking over, you can see like Jack playing with a melon at the farm, but that's not at the centre of town. But that's what you're looking at. And you look over and you've got like the graveyard behind you, which is relatively close to the centre of town. Pretty much is the centre of town.
It's centre.
No pun intended. It's a good line. So yeah, like you look around and yeah, like there is, like the voices are slowly like getting louder and louder, but they're overlapping, so you can't like pinpoint anything particular. It's just, you definitely feel like you're there, but you don't know why you're there. When you say like, you know, what was I meant to do? Where was I going? Like that's the general sense you're stuck with, is I was meant to be doing something. What is the something I was supposed to be doing?
Okay.
Like this is very much like, no, the phrase like Destinasia, like when you walk into it when you forget why you went in. Like that's like, you're full of that, in a sense. Of that's probably the closest we've got to like this sensation.
Okay. In that case, I will trust whatever intuition I have and head towards the graveyard.
Yeah. So you turn around and you're in the graveyard looking at all the kind of graves in front of you. Like you haven't walked anywhere as such. You have just like, no, that's where I'm supposed to be. Turn around, you're already in the middle of it. That's where you were.
And do I recognize that this is a strange, like, well, obviously I'm lucidly dreaming.
Yeah, like this is you don't have the awareness that we have as players, right? To say this is a strange scenario. You've got oh, I'm here. This is where I was. Not like, because you weren't in your room, you weren't walking to here, you weren't in the centre of town, you were in the graveyard. Of course you were. Where else would you have been?
Then I'll head towards the Sansa's grave.
Yep. So you head up to path, and you can see your group, your colleagues, if you will, kind of gathered round. You see Threem and Ixthane's back. You like pass between them as they kind of like echo away, vapor-like. You head up towards. You can see the back of someone that looks quite familiar, starting to perform a ritual. You see like Riven nearby, like Lockhart around the side, precariously aimed tree, like, you know. And you just hear very like, as like, you know, this, I guess, vapor dreamlike version of yourself in front of you is starting to perform the ritual. There's like lots of like kind of, I guess, like the sensation of like hands on your shoulders, like hands over your chest, like pressure that you're feeling, stopping you getting closer to this. And the overwhelming surge just before you wake up, sweating in your room, is don't. And then you like snap awake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And you're probably somewhat disoriented from that, given that it feels like your brain has snapped back the entire journey to the bed. As if that did happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say I'll wake up with like beads of sweat.
Mm-hmm. No vapor this time though.
Yeah. And out of breath, presumably.
Yeah.
Or like in a panic, I guess.
Yeah, definitely like an adrenaline spike, right? Definitely.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll take a few minutes to calm down.
Yep.
And then spend some time thinking about the dream and being like, that was probably less than a dream. Or more than a dream.
Whatever way it needs to be, right?
However that's supposed to be implied. Yeah.
Dream adjacent, yes. Mm-hmm.
And get out of bed and head towards the door.
Yeah. Did you get dressed at all, or just expect?
You know, no.
It's like that was supposed. Oh yeah.
Some amount of pajamas.
Yep.
And very like cloudy, dreamy, and just walk out.
Yep. And like you see Riven coming out of their door, or Lockhart's door, technically, across the way.
Good morning.
Is it a good morning? You're not changed.
I'm not.
Just
Right.
move around, take off the cape, which is huge for you, and just blanket it around you like you're not going to go any further.
Oh,
You alright?
thank you. Yes. I think I may have received a message from the church.
I don't know how magic works.
Few do. Neither do I.
My old concern.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hand downstairs? Do you want to go back in your room? What would you like to do?
Let's go downstairs.
Okay. Definitely got like one hand at the small of your back, just in case you do go and like also over tea kettle down the stairs, just like, oh, I don't like what's going on here.
Did you sleep?
I did, and Lockhart remains asleep.
It could be good.
It is not a concern just yet. Is there anything to eat or drink down here yet? Like there was
No,
last
there's
time?
nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Awesome.
No.
Just sit her down on the couches and just. What was your message?
I believe the exact words were, don't.
Don't go see them?
I believe it had something to do with the business of last night.
Don't touch the coffin again. I think that was pretty evident at this point.
Evidently, they wanted to make sure we knew.
I
Is
do
Myr'ra
think
up?
that Riven just looks at Myr'ra's thing before you even say that. Like at the door. I don't hear her yet. And I doubt we'll hear Nori. He'll just appear.
Yep. Did the others join then? The group in the foyer? Yep.
Yeah, I'll have been up writing. So I'll have like ink-stained fingers and trying to pull together what we knew. There's probably a mind map involved. I've probably drawn a map of the town. Like there'll be lots of like post-it notes.
Yeah.
She's probably got some paper in her hair.
Yeah.
Like little
Definitely
wireframe
invented
glasses.
post-it notes.
Yeah.
Like fantasy post-it notes
Yeah.
made by Myr'ra.
Nice.
Oh, how did we all sleep?
Lockheart remains asleep, and I slept well enough.
Okay.
I could have slept better. Do you... Tea?
Oh, yes.
Like pawing at her like she's one of those coffee machines.
Caffeine. Yeah, I'll pull out my tea kit.
This one only takes cards.
Myr'ra got a message. Do you care to convey?
Oh,
Don't.
From the church. Don't touch the coffin.
Oh, well, sure. They are going to say that, though, aren't they? They're the ones who said. They're the ones who protected it.
Precisely.
Fair. That is okay.
Myr'ra, I don't know what ideas are cooking in your head, and I am going to ask them, but I'm going to tell you them now that if they involve touching that sarcophagus again, they are bad ones.
I do agree with you. I just think the fact that they really don't want us to touch it is suspicious.
It is indicative of what is wrong in this situation. You are correct, but one of us is already laid out.
Yes, I don't necessarily think we should touch it again, but we should ask them why they don't want us to touch it.
We should get our vampire to touch it.
No.
Oh, do you think we could?
Oh. Can we perhaps not slaughter the mayor accidentally, please?
Or deliberately.
I'm not saying that in here.
Kill us.
He did say he didn't want us to be replaced.
See, he likes.
Yes, he does. But there is a difference, at least I imagine, with such divine light magic, with someone of his nature, might do slightly more damage. Might. I don't know.
It is lucky he was standing far enough away.
So you do know how magic works.
I make assumptions based on the things I see on the field. Unfortunately, I usually need to make them quite quickly.
Seems quick thinking good in an explosion. Okay.
It helped me.
Tea? I hand tea out.
Thank you.
Well, we shall await Nori. Going to need to talk to them.
Seems like.
Nori joining the group?
Yes, I'm going to be fully dressed, ready to adventure.
Is Myr'ra fully dressed?
She's probably half dressed. You know, that's kind of like the weird, the long, bloomers. She's probably got her top, big puffy sleeves, like a waistcoat. But then has also just rushed out of her room with her books. She has to go back and get her writing desk as well.
Of course. Vital travel gear. Yep. So yeah, Nori, you join them as well. Yep.
Yeah. Well, before I do that, I'm going to nip into Lockhart's room. And I'm just going to look around and check for any windows, and I'm going to open up curtains and let some sunlight into the room. Just if we're going to be leaving, I'm
like drag Lockhart's body in the middle of the beam, so that.
Well, yeah, exactly that. If we're leaving alone in a vampire's mansion, that's exactly what I'm going to do, and then I'll go and join everybody else.
How delicately do you move Lockhart?
Very delicately. Okay. I will use some of my sleight of hand tricks if you wish.
Can you just give me?
Also undressed.
Can you just give me a might roll? Just a might roll. That's all I'm looking for. And anything that you think skill-wise could help, that's based roughly on might, because it is just about moving them with enough strength that isn't them hitting their head on stuff.
Nothing really, maybe dexterous, but that's really about it.
Nah, that would be to pose them afterwards.
Yeah. So difficulty unknown?
That's unknown. It's not particularly high, but it's not 0.
I'm not going to use any effort.
Hear that, Lockhart?
Assets. I've got some heavy tools. Does that
I mean,
help?
you could drag the duvet if he was on the duvet. Like, I mean. But yeah, no
And
assets.
cost 0.
Yeah. It's alright, yeah. No, like you
Yeah.
successfully move him over and then plonk him down. Yep. Probably like visually less funny than the audience might expect. And then you head out and join the gang in the kind of reception-y area of the seating.
I was going to say other silly things, but I'm not. I was going to
Such
say I
as?
slide down the banister, but you're just going to make me roll for that, so I'm not going to do it.
Hey, you wanted a dex roll, right? If you want to do a wee speed test, go down
Go
the
for it.
banister. Like, why not? We're here anyway, right? So, and it's not one of those really unfun ones that got all the spikes all the way down. No spikes.
It
at
might
all.
be. No, I think that'd be alright.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, yep. It's not particularly difficult to slide down the banister. Yep. As you get to the bottom, like you land, obviously people like turn to note your arrival,
Oh.
and as that happens, like Suri Thane like walks out of like some doors, with like a tray of prepared like fruits and such, and then just like stops and stares at like Nori that's literally just like landed in front of him, like. Ta-da! And it's like, good morning, and then like steps around you and sits the tray down and looks at all of you individually. I see we're all well prepared for the day ahead.
I look at Myr'ra and Mara and go, not quite. Some of us, yes, but not all of us.
What do you? Oh,
Oh, yes.
Do you need more time, Nori?
My dear, I think the cloak is covering your modesty. You may want to go get dressed.
I
never
knew
wish
I'd
to
forgotten
hide it.
something. Yeah, I'll run back upstairs to put the rest of my clothes on.
Yeah. And then
Mara will take her time.
like just one step at a time with the cloak trailing behind.
Wishing as she goes.
You're not getting this back, Riven.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to hold it. It's like a veil on you. Like you're gonna trip up consistently.
It makes me
Yeah.
think of when Belmont wears Dracula's cloak.
Yeah,
Like
that's
just
probably what it
deliberately
looks like.
because it's like way oversized for him, but he's like, well, I defeated that motherfucker, so I'm wearing it.
Mine.
It doesn't fit, but that's not the point.
As I say, you definitely hear quite an alarming bang, and then just voice going, "I'm okay."
Remember things like constantly perched to stand up, like every so often, like relaxes, then gets on.
Mara definitely had to put a sock on and fell over. So
Amazing. Yeah, so as you are up getting ready, like Thane says to both Nori and Riven, who I think is still downstairs, arrangements have been made that after the morning ceremonies at the Church of Light, you are to meet with Sister Elman.
Any particular place, just in the church, or
I can escort you to the church if you would like.
would be much appreciated, sir.
Okay, nods.
And just in case you get thrown in it later, your dear mayor would very much like to see me and you fight.
Like the head moves, right? The armored head moves and looks at you, and then kind of like goes back to like a kind of neutral kind of pose, and then you just hear, "I bet he would."
I think it is a bit.
Yes, and how do you rate your chances in such an event?
I've never seen you fight, so I would not pick any bets right now.
This is probably wise on both of our... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, counts. Yeah, that'll do.
But of course, it would not be anything of great danger. We both have our jobs to do.
There's like a kind of, again, that kind of ha kind of noise from inside the... like with a slight metallic echo to it. He goes, I don't imagine even some light recreational activity with someone as capably projecting as yourself would be considered anything less than threatening. Please enjoy the morning meal. I will await you outside in the garden. And then, like, he very abruptly leaves. So essentially he's saying that even playing with you would be dangerous.
I look at Nora and just go, why do I get the feeling that poor man is just paid money and told what to do and not really given choices?
Achievement unlocked. Yep.
Some prefer life that way.
Wondering if I could convince my countess to pay a bit more. It'd be an asset. He's as good as that our dear mayor believes he only needs him to maintain the town. He seems intelligent enough. Be a general at least.
My dear lady, you're making assumptions of what's underneath the armor. You do not know what's underneath there.
Does it matter?
We're living in the mansion of a vampire. Your countess
Who's done us
may
no harm?
appreciate that. Yes, but we haven't challenged him either.
Any creature challenged can turn into a monster. In fights, I have seen people who have never picked up a sword see people they love threatened, and suddenly they would tear your throat out with their teeth. And they are human. I do not judge things by what they are, I judge them by who they are.
I love
have
the
seen
idea at the start of
monsters.
that. Sorry to cut in, but I love that when you start with like any creature or challenge could turn into a monster and the camera cuts to like Myr'ra just getting to the top of the stairs, like with a step, with that cup of tea. And then he's back to the... It's just good juxtaposition.
But you judge things on who they are, not what they are. Granted, what he is a choice, but not all the time you get that choice. I was considered only to be a commander of my countess's army because she is also a she. Many men would dismiss me because I am female. Annoying, but
It's probably more annoying in this world when like your role model was like Samda, right? Like
Uh-huh.
the Queen's Guard captain, right? So even in like Denk, the whole country of Denk, not just the city, but like the idea that there would be like an asshole man in the world, it was like, that person doesn't deserve to be in charge because they're a woman. That must take some balls.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
But yes, I can understand your apprehension, especially when he was he is, to our eyes, a wolf in sheep's clothing. But he's a wolf that's keeping the other wolves away.
And that is very
What
like...
would you rather have?
That is pretty much the impression he gave you guys when you were chatting to him at like the night before, right? Like he and Uthane are such a visible threat to other people that they like, yeah, we could maybe try and like say break in the blacksmith shop and steal whatever they've got going on there, but is it worth that they would be there to stop us, right? Like, because clearly like this is like such a big town, as I said, there are like 10,000 odd people here, right? The idea that 2 people could guard that is ludicrous. It's just not feasible at all, unless they were like the Flash, right? Even the Flash would have to sleep at some point. So, yeah. But it does seem to be the mayor has taken a massive gamble, and so far it's working.
Yep. I'm going to nod through this conversation, and my own life on the streets of the capital. We learn that there is always a bigger wolf. There is always, no matter how far you think and how well you are surviving, there is always somebody else there that's going to try and knock you down. Here is no different. Somebody eventually will challenge. That challenge could be perceived as you at the moment, Riven.
And that's the reality. I need to make him understand that while I am a wolf within his den, I have no intention of taking it. Another thing, there is always a bigger wolf, but they're not always the problem. It's the rabid ones that are the ones you can't reason with, the ones that just are violent for violence sake. I believe we could negotiate with the mayor. I believe we could talk him down. Might take a lot, might need Lockhart, but I believe there is sense in him. But there is plenty of people out there with fangs and without that no matter what you say, they just want to watch you bleed. That is the reality of it. And you've undoubtedly went through hardships that you do not need share unless you want to with me.
That will come. That will come.
The man of your talents, as I spoke to you yesterday, is not. If you are allowed to leave after this, would you be angered if I gave your name to my countess?
I am here reluctantly. I am here because the choices given me were
Not really
limiting.
choices.
Yes. So to find myself in the the right side of the law may be strange.
Lockhart twitches in the sunlight.
I never said anything about what side of the law the countess would put you on. I know that she does dealings in different things. That is not what I do. I am the commander of her armies. That is what I do. She has plenty of little creatures listening for her all over the world. And it pays well.
There are still things within my past I need to resolve, as we probably all have. And I would like to leave it to that just now because
Of course.
I am on my own search. And if I can resolve matters, then maybe. But I have my own matters to resolve. And that's one of the reasons although I am forced to be here, there is things I'm looking for myself.
Understood. Myr'ra, have you broken your leg or anything up there?
No, it's fine. I'm fine. I come out sort of rubbing my hip.
Yeah, so like you all complete the getting ready process as befits your nature. Like Riven maybe puts on their full suit of armor and stuff. Everything gets ready. Everything gets ready for the day, and then you head outside. Do you want?
Myr'ra wearing the cape like a toga?
No. Myr'ra comes downstairs with the cape, but it's gold.
Edge magic.
And standing on the other side of Nori, a little farther away from Riven.
A beacon, just like.
I think I'm ready now. Was our plan the church?
Two things. One,
I don't think we have time for them.
I have spared. And two, at least hold it up. If you face plant, I'm going to laugh and I'll feel bad.
I don't know what you're talking about.
See, maybe you should have employed this technique with the map, Nori. Maybe you would have got to keep it.
My lady, if I wanted to keep the map, you wouldn't even know I had it.
The way my brain went there was a gold map rather than a map that leads you to gold.
How would you hold that?
Yeah.
How would you hold a gold map?
Carefully. Oh dear.
Get the campfire and you unfold it.
So, do you want Thane to take you to the church, or are you going to find your own way there?
Take Thane.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So you all head outside. You have grabbed some food for the breakfast event, and then off you go. Again, tending to the garden. Sorry, Thane, busying himself. He goes, "Good morning, all."
Morning.
I see we're all suitably ready for the day ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Myr'ra just swishing the cave.
Yes.
Yes!
And then Sergeant says, "Did you require an escort to the Church of Light?"
So,
And an escort in the church, please.
If
I don't
the
particularly wish to get bombed again.
if the sister allows it, I will accompany you inside. Ken nods.
You're one of us, why wouldn't she? And then she holds out her hand. Or arm.
Yeah, he just says, "I am not one who walks in the light." And that's more of a religious phrase than a vampire thing, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same as like people might have allegiances to either.
Yes, exactly.
Either church.
And
Yeah.
the idea that if
or none at all.
Or
Yeah,
neither,
right.
yeah.
it's just so seeing a fantasy world setting, it's harder to ignore the tangibility of deities, right? In a fantasy world setting, specifically this one, because as I said, like Gion is technically the planet you're on, right? But it's referred to like the planet isn't specifically called Gion; it's just known that Gion is the planet, right? So it's a very spiritual thing, right? Gion looks after people, well, that's why there's a planet for you to still live on. Like Alata is the sun that keeps everyone going and births new things for that reason as well. And again, Eve being the problem to that. So I think again I mentioned last time briefly, Alata and Gion are very much about a recycling the souls type thing. You don't come back, but the vessel you enriched goes back out to get enriched again. So they both grow as well and can keep the whole system going. Eve didn't give the souls back. That was the misstep Eve did, which is why there was the divide initially. I think I vaguely mentioned that before. So again, there is rumours of celestial activity in places. Not many people witness it, but there's enough of it that it's quite tangible. Obviously, demons and devils are tangibly on the plane of existence as well. So if you were to be like, not following them is more a case of feeling like self-determination was a thing, but to not give thanks to Gion would be weird, generally. Like, you might not consider yourself a follower of Gion, but you would definitely be aware that you're here because of them, because you stand on them every day, right? Like, in that weird metaphysical sense, it would be hard to deny. Like, I guess the way we all know that we breathe air, but we don't always see it, right? Similar thoughts to that. We don't necessarily acknowledge it every single day because it's kind of, one of those kind of automatic systems we do, but it's something that you're, again, every day would be aware of unless your education in this world was terrible. So that's just a wee bit, but it doesn't mean to say you'd need to be religious. It's less of a belief faith thing in this world and more of a, I guess, do you want to maybe get there, but yeah, like, do you want to benefit from them or not? Yeah, in a way, right? But for the most part, people could believe in both Alata and Gion, right? Like, they would kind of go hand in hand. But for example, all the bronze bark elves, which are the most common elves, are all followers of Gion and wouldn't necessarily go out of their way to celebrate Alata. But if you mentioned Alata to them, like, oh yeah, they're cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, there wouldn't be anything against them. It's just that they're very more, like, they lean into the druidic natural side of things more. So
if you ask them about Eve, they'd be like,
they wouldn't be the coolest guys about Eve. Yeah.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, Eve broke the cycle. The cycle should continue, otherwise nothing continues. Whereas people that follow Eve go, no, they broke the cycle, so change can happen. So there's a lot of discourse there, as you could imagine with religious peoples. But yes, you wouldn't need to be aligned to one of them in this world. It would just, you'd be seen as strange to not care if you were aware of them. That's the only difference. But again, you can't just phone them up and be like, hey, how's it going? Can I get a miracle? Right? It's not really a thing that happens. They're very distant deities, as I mentioned before. It's why there's sub-deities from the Church of Light and the Church of Night. Not really any sub-nature deities, though. Gian is pretty solitary in that front, which kind of lets you know the mindset of people that follow both Light and Night. It's like they like to have things divided up to be particular responsibilities, and nature's like, well, it's nature, right? So it's Gian.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so there's a wee, again, snippet again about that. But yeah, so you all head to said church. Sir Ethane, as I escorts you to the north end of town. You bypass like the tavern and stuff that you had seen as you came in, that kind of area. There is definitely a slightly heavier presence of like the Queen's Guard that are here than when you first came into town. So it's clear that like Stoltz either got the similar ideas to you guys, and this is here for your benefit, or it's here because of the altercation at the tavern, right? But you obviously all draw heads because the fact that you're being escorted by Sir Ethane would be enough if it wasn't that you all stood out anyway. So, yep. And you get escorted to the Church of Light grounds, which again, very ornate, lots of money being spent there, very similar in the way the mausoleum for Samda was built as well, lots of like white marble. Anyone that's familiar with Whitehall, which is the religious main building in the capital, again, similar white marble effect. Again, lots of money, it seems, in the church. And outside there's like people leaving, like it's obviously the end of the morning ceremony. People have, going about their day. Gives you an idea that it's obviously about an hour after like first light, essentially. Maybe 2, depending on the walk here. So the ceremony is obviously about 1 to 2 hours long. People obviously do it as the light comes up and hits the church. And yeah, you can see there's clearly someone that looks a bit more official than everybody else. That they're at the top of the stairs, and as everybody kind of like heads out, Sir Ethane has kept you guys to the side as everybody like filters past, and you've got some people looking up at you, and it's like the occasional kid staring and like, oh, like, strange people in town. As they all kind of shuffle past, you then are left out, like Sir Ethane says, I shall remain in the vicinity if you need me. Kind of nods, and then off he walks. And then down the steps to the kind of like gated grounds. You see this maybe like mid-40s women, kind of like very kind of like, it looks really like simple material, like almost like jute fabric, but it's all like wrapped really elaborately around them. So while it looks like very basic material it's made of, it's very elaborately done. Like if it had been made out of silk, it would have been one of the most expensive dresses in the capital style type thing, right? So very elaborate looking, but very like basic materials. No fancy like affectations or like big brooches or anything, no kind of like gaudy colours of gold or whatever, no puns intended, but like, like, and they like walk their way down. You can see like as they're walking, they're lifting their kind of robes up a bit, and they're wearing like it looks almost like tightly bound like straw sandally type things. So very like simple clothing. By comparison to like the Night Father, who was kind of wearing like normalish, like fancy-ish clothing, like relatively formal looking, kind of dark colours. So she kind of approaches the gate, which are still open, and she's like tending to the kind of like I guess foliage on the gates, and then looks to you all, and then just kind of says, kind of almost melodically with her voice, just goes, "Are you the people that asked for an audience with me?"
Riven just kind of slightly pushes Myr'ra and Myr'ra forward.
Go! These two droids!
In panic. Yes. Uh-huh.
The hand's still kind of on your back, like comfortingly, like you.
And also, you
this,
can't run away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, like the big sister very well just like, I'm here. It's fine. If anything tries to touch you, I will eviscerate its entire bone system.
Mm-hmm.
Goes, why so reserved? She says to the group in general.
Good morning.
Day's blessings upon you, child.
And you.
She smiles
And
again very
also
warmly.
with you. It's been a long 24 hours. Is that how long a day is?
Sure. Yeah, that's good enough. Right.
Check.
For Alexander's benefit, how many cycles is that? Yes, we know. So anyway, moving on. Yeah, 'cause, are you in need of alms or some kind of rest?
No. No.
Maybe.
Look around like, no, we're not. We're fine. Mostly. No, we.
We're missing one, are we not? I was informed there was 5.
Yes.
He said he'd be nearby.
It's Lockhart.
He's not nearby.
He's still resting.
He's not nearby.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm muted.
Why, Ryan? Did this take longer than a one-shot?
It's the horses. It started with the horses.
It's the horses. Damn those motherfucking horses.
Blame everything on the
Yep.
horses.
Unfortunately, one of us
back.
is in need of recovery and rest.
Would you like me to pay them a visit to speed up their recovery? Is it severe?
Weren't you the ones that did it?
Kind of like, she cocks her head to the side, like, so this person probably looks a bit like Sigourney Weaver, right? And like, kind of cocks their head to the side a little bit, and it's like,
You pushed me forward, I'm just saying.
and then Sister Elman says, how do you mean, child? Myself personally, or the Church of Light at large?
I thought you would know.
Kind of smiles, kind of again warmly for now, and says, "If I knew, I wouldn't play this game. I'm very straightforward when it comes to accusations." And she mutters something like, truth stands strong in the face of the light, or something like that, right? Some kind of statement that is obviously from scripture, right?
We did try to stand.
Flashbacks to the flashback. Yep.
Blinding
Great.
light.
Yeah, he's in good care of the mayor currently, but should his condition
She definitely
deteriorate,
tilts her head at that. That's right. The mayor.
yes,
And how can
He's
I
been
assist
housing
you with
us.
your day?
information.
Shall we go inside? It seems a
Please.
little cold to be having this chat on my steps. She gestures up
Oh.
the steps to the church.
I'm fine.
Swoosh.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Gestures up.
Yes, I follow along.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
Myr'ra looks quite uncomfortable to be going
Yeah.
into a church of light.
Yep. And
I'm sure I have extra cape.
in you come.
Both of you swaddled in it.
Like as you all head in.
As long as you kick before you walk, we won't fall.
Life to live by. So yes, the as you head up to the kind of big doors that are obviously still open from all the kind of congregation leaving moments before. Like you hear Sister Alwyn saying, "I'm sure these sisters would be happy to warm some milk for you all if you would like something to break the day with."
I'd like to say that Riven just bites into an apple that she's been eating that whole time. Like she got her from the fruit thing. Like, I'm good.
What a thing to do in front of the Church of Light, though. See, when you think of the context of that, like biting an apple, with the context of Eve in this world. However,
Could be
luckily that's not this world. But that's funny. But yes, so
Right, back to it.
I already had a drink.
of course, and then like you just head inside, and yeah, this place had money spent on it. Like it's totally contrast to the Church of Night. Like there's like very fancy like seating. Everything's again looks like a lot of it is like marbles or like very varnished woods, dark woods. Yeah, it's expensive, and you can definitely see similar enough motifs for like from Samda's like mausoleum as well, but no silver anywhere. No silver anywhere. Unlike Samda's doors.
Hundreds of windows, probably.
Oh yeah, like the place lets in a lot of light, and you can tell that all the windows have been positioned, so they don't necessarily all look the same, but they've all been positioned for where the sun moves over the town. So you could imagine
It's
if
one of
you
the ones with a hole in the ceiling where the sun always gives it
if-
the light.
if you went to another town and went to that Church of Light, all the windows would be in different places because it would all be for where the light goes that way. So it's to get the most light of the day in, and it's not specifically like focused on like where the speaker would stand. It is everywhere. Like it's to bathe the whole place in light. But yeah, so that's like the interior is probably again quite gaudy that way. And then yeah, like they like say, please follow me to my offices, and then they like head through past the kind of like where they would host the congregation. They go into their
Is it circular? The way
No.
that no?
nope. Everything
And does
was
it-
aimed at the speaker.
Oh. And does it have chairs? Because the Church of Night didn't. The Church of Night
Yeah,
was
so
stood.
Church of Night was all standing on different stone levels. This
Yeah.
does have like all dark wood chair, like as in like proper pews everywhere, and they're all angled again towards the. So again, similar amphitheater thing, but that's more just for how sound works.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But no, it's probably more like like an arc of a circle rather than, so like a pie.
A semicircle.
Well, half a semicircle, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I don't remember my maths that well. I felt like that was called an arc. But whatever.
Pie. It was like a slice of pie.
A semicircle. So yeah, so everything's aimed at the corner, so everybody would be in.
Is there any motifs of the gods? Do they have any statues of their deities?
No, there was no real there's no images of Alata or Gian ever, right? Like, it's the most that you would have is like a solid circle would be how you would represent Alata because it's the sun, and the point is that it's full of things to give. It's a full sun. The Church of Night has like an empty circle. That's the only motifs they really have, and that's to differentiate the difference between like people are meant to be giving to the Church of Night. It's what you can do, not what you're taking. Versus the Church of the Light that says, look at all we have to give. It's almost like they're saying the same thing with lots of different words, really, but
Yeah.
they definitely have very different, motives behind that.
And lots of ornamentation that wouldn't be missed.
I mean, in here, there isn't so much, like, it's not, like, layered with gold and stuff like that, but the building itself is just so, like, the amount of, like, craftsmanship that's went into, like, the detailing of just, again, fancy shapes into the walls. Like, there's probably a lot of, like, religious stories that are, like, carved into the walls as well. So it's things that you'll probably be very familiar. Anyone that's got, like, a passing knowledge of religion will know enough to be like, oh, that's the tale of this. And it's all, like, fables that talk about why you should be a good person, right? Very generic stuff that way that would be in every Church of Light. It's probably like the kind of cookie cutter style, like, make sure people don't fuck other people over or steal from them or kill them or, yeah, there's probably a blanket over the one that says don't kill because it's probably redundant in this town, but like, you know what I mean. So, but there's not
Give to your kender so he doesn't have to steal anything.
yeah, and there's not like loads and loads of like gold candelabras everywhere. It's not like that. It's almost as if they value natural light more than, like you can say candlelight or whatever. And they aren't open at night, so they don't need other sources of light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine there's a lot of mirrors to reflect all the light.
No, there's no mirrors at all.
No,
Oh,
that's
no,
wrong.
because of the face.
I was literally about to say the reason why it's such highly polished marble that's white marble is to reflect the light.
Light.
Because they would not use mirrors.
Mm.
All of the mirrors.
Yes. See?
Big Acropolis vibes.
Yep. So it's kind of making sense. Yeah, so yeah, you follow Sister Elman through, and there are lots of like day sisters, I guess you'll call them, like going around their business, very polite, nodding to everyone, like again, very warm welcomes all round. Even if you all look a bit odd, you're definitely a curiosity to a lot of them. It's like, oh, who's coming in like the offices? You know, who are these people? You just get led into a very nice office, like not quite Mayor Threem's foyer, but not far off it. And like Sister Elman like takes off like part of like her headdress and like sits it down and like lets out like her kind of mousy brown hair and stuff like that, and then kind of like sits with her backside on the desk and looks at everyone and kind of just goes, so I imagine this is about the quirks of the town we have been beset with, especially given that you are staying with our dear mayor.
Yes.
About how you don't die.
Yes. Yes. I'm glad we can remove all forms of pretense for this. No food or refreshments I can offer anyone?
Already ate.
We have been well attended to by the mayor. But thank you again for your kindness.
Like the other thing we're like clearly scratching the back of our head because our hair's maybe been tightly bound, like like when you take your wig off for the day type feeling. Yeah, definitely. Because very casual, right, about this. Very like no airs and graces inside here. Like definitely just quite clearly comfy. Like kicks off like her sandals as well. Like rubs her heel a bit. Kind of just letting you guys be in the room. Mostly making herself comfortable.
Our investigations have led us to a very particular thing. I'm gonna gesture slightly, like with try and like kind of prod the two of yous again, like Myr'ra and Myr'ra, like yous have the magical knowledge, so talk about the magic maybe.
Why have you booby-trapped the grave?
She kind of goes, and it's like, you can't tell if it's because she's hit the right spot as she's scratching her neck, or if it's because it's like, aha! So she then kind of like, shakes her hair out a bit and it kind of like falls over her shoulder, and she goes, so am I to believe it was yourselves that were meddling with the ward that we had put on dearest Sam de Perron's grave?
I prefer shepherding. Mars feels a little at war with this church after the dream and all of their meddling.
What were you hoping to achieve by desecrating the mausoleum and sarcophagus within, and indeed Sam de Perron's rest?
Our investigations are leading us to believe she may be the catalyst.
She kind of like screws up her face as if trying to like think about that and goes, really? Like, this seems more of a, we never thought of that, rather than disbelief, right? What makes you so sure?
We would be sure if we were allowed to talk with her.
I don't understand why you didn't come here yesterday then, instead of meddling twice, I believe, with the sarcophagus. I am very pleased to see that her binding held.
Why such a level of security?
We were asked.
By the Queen?
Kind of nods.
Sorry, you cut out there for a second for me. What did you say? We were
asked.
Oh, okay.
And then says, by the Queen, yes. Kind of nods. I was like, and one doesn't refuse an order from one's monarch.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
I understand there is some discourse between the Knight Church, but that is not my place.
Have you ever had that happen?
She kind of like, you can she does that thing with her face where you can tell there are stories. Like, that kind of, it's not when I would go, so.
So
It's like that response in her face, and she goes, yes, there are difficulties sometimes when it comes to the tending of one's last wishes. However, I try not to get caught up in those politics, for I am merely a servant of Alata. I am not here to enforce my opinion on others. Stares at the entire gaudy office. Like, yeah.
I think Riven gives her a bit of look there. They're like, but you did though. She wanted to go to Eve, not your guy.
But the impression you're getting, though, is she didn't make that decision. It's the impression she's given off.
Yeah, yeah. And she couldn't push back.
Yeah,
Push
we're
back. Even if
also
she
here.
did,
Yeah.
even if she did, it was fruitless. It was going to be fruitless. So there is an understanding there.
Yep.
I understand your follow the instructions of the Queen, but what were those instructions, and was there any reason given?
She kind of smiles, almost as if, oh, bless. And it's, no, I am here to enact the will of the Speaker, and it came directly from the Speaker on behalf of the Queen. And for you guys, the Speaker is the person that is the top dog in Whitehall, which is basically the Pope, right? Like the head of the church.
Yeah.
They're known as the Speaker, because the assumption is they are the one Alata would speak to. Whether that's true or not, a different story. But, yes. So that means that it would have to have been like, even for the Queen to tell the Speaker to do this is a big thing. It's not common that the Crown and the Church would interact as much either. That's just not a thing. As I said, the Church of Light do all the rituals to protect all the people that die in the service of the Queen, as we discussed last time, and all the official kind of like, I guess, the royal necropolis. But beyond that, there isn't a lot of overlap, right? One tends to people's needs, the other tends to people's needs, right? Like, very different scopes. Yeah, like, it's a strange request to come that way, but like, I think enough of yous will have been familiar with enough like religious nitpicking for some people going, they followed the night church, but they're like, oh, I'm not having somebody in my family buried in the night church, I'm going to have them buried in the, the light, because all the other family were buried in the light, blah blah blah. Like, Hannah, for your character it might be the opposite, right? All your family are probably night churchers.
Yeah, there's one cousin we don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, like, it's strange, but like, Sister Elman doesn't seem that fussed by like who claimed who or whatever. It just was like, oh, it was a Tuesday, and that was what my job was that day. As I said, you'd probably have expected from the presentation of everything that they were a bit more upstuck, but they definitely don't seem to be. She just looks in thought about what you've said. The kind of curiosities of everything.
If you don't believe the quirk that is currently happening is linked to Queensguard Samda, any thoughts from the church?
Kind of like mulls over and goes, I'm just more curious as to why you would think it has anything to do with Samda, considering, it like shakes her head like she doesn't know what she wants to say, right? Like, so it's not like she's going considering, oh no, I better not say that. It's considering, what the fuck could that be, right? Definitely seems like they're like, oh, that, but they just never thought that Samda could have been part of it. You can tell that from how genuinely curious this person looks. And then she says, to be honest, we actually don't really know why this is happening. Prayers don't often get answers. I would have expected a lot more discourse in the town, however, but it seems like things are running as smoothly as ever. Kind of shrugs vaguely.
Did that a few doctors once.
Yes, our sisters attend them daily. And she says that with some severity.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
So you understand that we might ask things of you that may not agree with in order to end this, because it needs to end.
Oh, I understand. I would quite like to have been consulted or asked things before certain decisions were taken. But however, that was your own path to walk. I am just pleased you have found the light here.
At least the answers, hopefully.
If I have any, they are yours to take with you.
If by opening the sarcophagus we could get those answers, could you facilitate that?
She has just a very deep breath. She goes, I have the capacity, physically, not the right.
Who holds that right?
I believe it would be her family. And truly, it seems the Queen would be quite upset if anything were to be disturbed. I will remind you guys that Lockheart did have the instructions of by any means necessary from the king.
Yeah.
So that isn't nothing, right? Like, it's obviously not on a piece of paper that says, by the way, we're bitching, right? Like, but it is something that if there was fallout from this, right, Lockhart could blame that on
the king.
Yeah. Whether or not the king remembers is a different story. But
yeah,
yeah, but that is something that Lockhart has reminded you guys of several times.
Yes. I put it to you, what would you do? We have been given instruction by the crown. This needs to be fixed before the queen returns here for her birthday. Options are becoming more and more limited, and our leads are all falling down to Samda.
She does look quite like severe, like as if she's clearly trying to like work out something. And she says, I understand the position this task has put you all in, however, it is not without pressures on me and this office also. We were asked to secure that from this very thing, and now some strangers have turned up in town claiming the Queen's authority, and while I don't believe I'm being misled, you can understand this is quite an awkward position to be put in. But I would like to see an end to the suffering this curse has brought to this town.
Is there any way you could make enough of a loophole for one of our talented ones here to just ask or speak a single question? Anything. A simple little gap.
She like looks like she's obviously like either chewing her tongue or about to like bite her lip or something, as if she's like not eager to share this, but she says, the ritual that was performed to protect Samda's body it was not without cost, and it is not common. It was asked, as I said, directly from the speaker itself. I do not have the resources to replicate it once removed, and I don't know if the binding would take a second time. You would have to be sure this is a path you wish to walk.
Why this level of magic?
She kind of shakes her head and she goes, I can only assume the information Samda died with was important enough to safeguard this severely, given her position within the crown.
I might look towards Myr'ra and try with my face to be like, or I'll whisper.
Yeah.
Probably considers trying to mine something and then goes, I'm probably not good enough to do that.
Don't worry, Mara's very good at subtext.
Your ability, Myr'ra, shepherds the person once it finishes. It can't be done again.
Correct.
So in effect, what we wish to do would achieve the same ends as the binding once it's done. I look at Mara for like, is that correct? I don't really know.
Are you saying this to try and make sure the sister can't hear you, or do you not? Are you not fussed? What is the attempt here?
I feel like I was like, I didn't say, yeah, I think I was vague enough to be like, your thing, because that's what Mara has told us. Because we were concerned about that prior to this, that it had maybe already been done and therefore it was pointless. Yeah?
So, are you saying that loud enough for the sister to hear or not, is my question.
Okay. I would have been saying it quietly to Mara, but obviously in the same room.
Yes.
So she
Yes.
very much could have overheard.
Okay. Would you like to put it to a roll? Or you... Because as I said, you can decide if she heard it or not, if it was quiet enough or not. I just need to know because there is dialogue if she did hear it. And if she didn't, it's different dialogue. Yes. What's the thoughts?
I'll just make it public. Let's do it.
Yeah, I feel like you already
I feel
knows
you've
we
got
tried
to.
Yep.
do something.
I was about to say,
And I
you might
didn't
whisper at
say-
Myr'ra, but Mara's response is
Yeah,
out
say it
loud.
loud.
So as you're conveying that to Mara,
Uh-huh.
before Mara responds, it's off of a keyword that you mentioned in your
Oh.
yes, which is why I needed to know if she'd heard it or not.
Ah.
Because she says, we didn't bind Samda's spirit.
Oh.
So whether or not Samda's spirit remains or not, that is not what has been bound. And that's why we cannot guarantee that we can perform a second binding. And then the chill that goes through the room at that sentence.
Then what did you bind?
Yes.
And then that's where we end the session this week.
Right. What?
Obviously
Not even
not.
had a break yet. How dare you?
Oh.
But yes, so she looks a wee bit pained, right? And then she says, for the protection of Samda, and again, in directions directly from the speaker, we bound the Celestial to guard. Now, there is a very, very tingly shiver that goes straight up Mara's spine at that.
Oh!
Yes, things probably make a lot more sense now.
You were getting
In
hit by
which case-
celestials.
She connects the dots and goes, oh. We've had the pleasure.
She kind of like, again, not very pleasant look on her face, but she kind of like acknowledges that's a sentence you said. And then, and then she says, yes, it is quite a feat to bind the Celestial, and quite audacious, one might say, to do so. Not many have Celestials guarding their remains.
I'm going to make the assumption this celestial did not volunteer for this.
She kind of like, she gives a look like you can tell like that answer isn't in there necessarily. No matter what she's about to say, there is no confidence to what's about to come out of her mouth. And she says, who am I to know the inner workings of a Celestial? And she says that in full like glory of the office she holds, yes. And that kind of probably conveys like,
Yeah.
would she have done this if she had a choice? Probably not.
I think I kind of look at Nori for a second and just rabid wolves.
Indeed. One bigger than the next.
Could we talk to this celestial?
She kind of
I
looks
think it
very
talked to
pale.
you already.
She looks pale at that, and she
Myr'ra.
goes, "It could be done. We could summon the spirit protecting Samda. It was quite separate to use attempting to circumvent the warding, so it should not be met with similar agonies."
Well, I'd love to. When can you set us up?
Myr'ra, after yesterday, tentatively, please.
Don't worry, we have a Riven.
So Riven, there's this
Celestial.
the screen where it's the obviously like the Tekken style beat 'em up game, and other beat 'em up games do exist. The Riven character selection's locked in, but the opponent keeps getting cycled through.
Not random currently. It's just doing all this thing like.
It's all of them.
Yep. Just Riven
I think
versus
I'll
the
look at
world.
I'll look at the system and just say, should this celestial become unchained and be displeased with the situation it is in? I think she kind of just like taps the sword.
She looks she looks a bit uncomfortable at the implication there, and she goes, "To my understanding, the Celestial is not forced against its will as such."
Hmm.
Again, she doesn't sound like she's convinced herself of that. Surely if it was not of the will of Alatar, it could not be. Yep. What a great excuse.
In the other, to exert yours.
Kind of like, again, definitely isn't looking proud of herself. Do you know what I mean?
No, not.
Yeah.
Definitely not saying this to blame it.
No, but like
you're
this
in
is
a
her
shit
look.
situation, yeah.
Yeah, and like she's like, so this is why she's like, I don't really want to unchain that dog because it's probably not okay.
It's probably
And I can't rechain it.
Yeah, afterwards.
She said there was a great cost, but I'm not sure we want to bring up what that cost was. Like, that could have been friends.
I mean, it could have been. She obviously doesn't look like the type that's about to slaughter people like for a ritual, but you don't know.
No, like, yeah, things could be magically draining, and it could have been not in the intention, but...
Yeah, it also could just been like reagents in the ritual, right? Like it could have been very expensive materials that needed to get catalyzed to cause the effect in itself. Also, thank you very much, Lavilla Rule. Thank you for the raid. Hello. We have people in. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to tomorrow's goodbye.
So,
yes.
In this case, then, if it's a bound celestial
to
protect her grave, or her in particular.
Well, the phrase she said was it was there to like protect and look after the remains.
And it's not. This isn't the thing they do back at the capital. Like the whole of the church is not guarded with all of these celestial hound dogs.
I mean, you could.
The implication she's giving is this is rare.
Yes, very rare in the sense that you have to be pretty ballsy to chain an angel.
Yeah.
Right.
Seems fair.
That's not a thing that would normally happen. However, you could imagine there's a lot of celestial protections at Whitehall. Right. Yes, they operate relatively independently, and there's probably a reason. But so's the Arcanatrix, right? The big magic college is the exact same. If you went in there with an attitude, you would leave with some singeing.
Yeah. Some mild third-degree burns.
Yeah.
Yes.
Different source, same effect.
Yep.
In the case of a celestial or an angelic entity, could it cause this? Could it remove death?
She kind of looks at herself like, oh. And she goes, I can't say it is not likely, but it's unheard of. Why would the Celestials stop the cycle?
Myr'ra.
I,
Myr'ra, use the one that died, the one we saw that died at the bar.
I was just yes. I don't know if this makes it less likely or more likely. The young man who died in the tavern fight yesterday. He was Steve. Yes.
She just nods vaguely.
Yes. He had a trace of celestial on him,
She kind of nods.
which we wondered whether he had been a member of one of the churches here, but we hadn't been able to find that yet, or if there was something else. Could be that this celestial is maybe the reason it isn't everybody is fighting whatever this is, or the opposite.
She kind of like screws her face up a bit, like she's trying to process that, and she says, "Yeah, cause it's a lot, right? This isn't.
Yeah.
Yep, it's a lot to deal with today. What even is a Wednesday, right?" And then she looks around and she says, "It's unlikely that the Celestial would go out with the binding remit. However, all souls ferried from the children of Alata and Gian will be touched by celestial energy, if only faint passing. The angels ferry the souls."
Oh.
Which means if you were to die, Alata withholding, which just kind of means hopefully not. Yeah, like hopefully not is what that means.
Yeah.
She says if you were to die, Alata withholding, one of the Celestials would ferry your soul, which means there would be faint traces on you of celestial energy for a time. You say this Steve was killed yesterday. We were made aware and asked to look into this ourselves. And there was... And she kind of like nods, like there were faint traces of celestial magic there. Which we would expect. It's kind of like saying, this normal thing that happened normally is weird to say it happened, because
because of everything.
Yeah, because of everything else making this place not normal. People aren't dying. So this thing I'm explaining, which is normal, feels weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know this speaks of the other church, and forgive me if this is not really something to talk about, but if you are of Eve, what takes your soul?
And she kind of looks a bit uncomfortable at that question. And she says, "And why do you think Eve is still a problem in this world?"
If
Eve,
the Celestials can
she continues
reach...
and she says, "Eve feeds on those souls."
So the Celestials can take. Still, if Steve is the base example, what if it is Eve cannot feed?
She looks absolutely horrified at this, right? And says, "You are aware that the influence you suggest is almost myth." And she says that again, fully aware of her own situation and position and like how ludicrous that sounds. And she goes, "Eve is unable to act based on the betrayal. Alata and Gian saw to that." And she's saying that like she's trying to convince herself. Like, but Alata and Gian made sure Eve couldn't do that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if those who follow Eve instead of Alata and Gian die, are they the ones that aren't dying? We haven't had a chance to look into such things as that. Is it all who have a celestial guarding their soul are able to die, and those who do not are languishing because nothing's taking their soul?
She kind of like screws up her face a bit and she goes, Samda Peron did follow Soma, which is of the Night Church. Your theory isn't,
She didn't die here.
true. She, you can tell she's trying to work out. She clearly hasn't.
It's like
she's like,
she's in this game
yeah.
with us now.
Yep. You're having to speedrun her up to where you're at. Yeah, and like she is like putting a lot of thought into it. She's like, you know, like her body language is definitely a lot more rigid than it was when she first came in, and she's to what end would this serve anyone? I understand breaking the cycle sounds like it would benefit those that follow in Eve's footsteps. However, she kind of like seems to struggle with the end to that sentence. Like,
yeah,
like,
Riven's
but
like
why?
nodding in agreement. Like, why would you do that? Like, inevitably, all your followers are going to be like literally falling apart, suffering, and dying.
It's
like,
not a good plan.
Yeah, it doesn't. Nobody benefits from this. Yeah, I don't know.
You are somewhat convincing me more and more that speaking to this Celestial may be the right course of action. However, it is a problem we cannot reverse if we are wrong.
Can we speak to it without undoing the binding? Or do we have to undo the binding to speak to the Celestial?
We can attempt to ask for its audience. However, it may choose not to. The binding was, as such, to protect Samda, not necessarily to entertain guests. If we were to break the binding, more influence could be exerted, potentially. She says that with all of the horror that implies, where she's like, she does not want to do that, so probably won't. And then she goes, but yes, it could remain bound and could, if it chose to, speak to us. It would need a reason, though, otherwise everybody would speak to angels. And she says that with, again, as silly as that sounds, kind of tone.
What if all the ones that aren't dying are the ones it was supposed to shepherd?
She kind of nods, horrified, like...
It's
and she says, the binding would not have stopped an angel of death from performing its duties. It is unlikely Alata would offer us something as important as this cycle. Implying, obviously, if she's saying, gods, give us something to protect this magical binding, Alata is not going to give out, you know, the tax collectors, right? Otherwise, how will we get the taxes in? So, like, there's logic to what she's saying, right? You wouldn't get an angel of death out of the picture.
Also, then cements that the angels aren't just angels that do absolutely everything. There's angels, they'd have their purposes.
Well, the implication is...
They have their own hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a hierarchy that exists amongst the Celestials.
Yep. I can confirm that.
Would it harm it to call it well bound?
How do you mean? She says that worriedly.
If this poor creature is indeed the cause of this, and it is suffering some way, and it is due to that, I don't think anyone here wants to cause more suffering. But I understand your apprehension at unbinding it at all.
She kind of like looks a bit relieved at the idea that these aren't also monsters, right? And she goes, while I don't believe the binding would restrict it beyond duty, I am aware that it could have been performed incorrectly. And she looks like she's taking responsibility for that, like the way she's like, you know, this could be my fault. Like it's just dawned on her that this might be my fault. But then she like says, if we are to do this, we will have to take some precautions. But I am not prepared to do this without the family's consent, given the implications on the last wishes of Samda.
Are the family aware of this Celestial?
She kind of like looks as if, almost like a why wouldn't they be kind of look. She goes, I believe so. She definitely doesn't know.
We spoke to the
We're-
family yesterday, and there was no mention.
Yeah, she doesn't really have any response for that. Like, there's just a, like, they should have been.
She's, like, oh no, how much am I not being kept in the loop about this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are keeping Jack out of this.
Yes, he seems to have been taking this very, very poorly.
He's convinced she's not there.
She looks a bit confused at it, and then she kind of like softens a bit as if, like a coping mechanism. We tell ourselves a lot to comfort ourselves.
Do you know how she died?
In service to the Queen.
Tell more about that.
She kind of shakes her head like, I wasn't privy to any such information. And I imagine given the precautions discussed, I wasn't meant to know. She does say that with the implication that yous probably aren't meant to know, right? Like that's why it's went this high. That's why when you rolled to try and break a ward of this level, it didn't go that well.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Would have been impressive as fuck though.
Myr'ra became the pieces of it. Gondor calls for aid.
This is what Alata feels like. Burning.
Don't worry, guys. I have hedge magic now. I can do it.
Mass Effect Reaper noises.
But yeah, so she looks a bit like worried, just generally worried now. Her day has got worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, this does seem to have got a lot worse, doesn't it?
and it is going to get progressively worse if we don't stop it.
I also don't understand the implications fully of summoning a Celestial in the centre of town.
Where would it suit you best? If it is you that must do this, where?
It is not only I, but me and my sisters that would have to perform this feat. It is quite extensive and quite exhausting. And there's no guarantee the Celestial will attend willingly. I will not force it to attend, as that could risk the ward, and I would suffer a similar fate as your colleague here. And gestures to Myr'ra.
Is there any way you could summon it not where you are? In case when it is, if it does appear, it is aggressive. If you are there and exhausted, you are at risk of harm, and we would not ask that.
It would need to be within the grounds of the graveyard.
How far away could you do it from the grave?
She kind of looks at you as if you're very specific at location. She goes, what do you fear of the location?
I fear of you being too close. What I mean is, if you perhaps centered this summoning on the grave and you were on the outskirts of the graveyard, so if it does appear and you are exhausted and it is aggressive, you are not easy targets.
I fear that against the Celestial we are all easy targets. However,
some worse than others, though.
She gives you a look as if, what have you seen? And then, then she says, unfortunately the circle will have to be around the ward. We would not need to be within the mausoleum, but we would definitely have to encircle it.
Remember,
Myr'ra.
we're only requesting a
Dialogue.
dialogue. Yes, thank you, Myr'ra.
Have you ever tried to perceive a celestial being in all of its radiance?
No, but
Not on purpose.
She gives you a very dirty look when you say that. And then, as if, you actually did try on purpose, kind of. Without your knowledge
Me.
necessarily. Yeah. I'm the problem, it's me. And then she says, yes, but even to look upon an angel could be your undoing. And she says that very delicately to you, Nori, like as if she doesn't really want you to just like incinerate in the presence of an angel. But that is likely. That can happen. Remember, like the Celestials tend not to get involved in the world. Unlike the demons and devils.
Mm-hmm.
As a player, I've got a horrible thought of do we try and get the Night Church involved? Because they might really know how to deal with the Celestial. They might be like, no, you sit the fuck down now. But if this thing's suffering, I don't think I want that. I think,
No.
I want to try and solve this peacefully as possible.
And there is a good chance that the thing's doing it willingly, right? That's not actually not a thing, right? That's just that she has been horrified to think that maybe it isn't willingly.
Yeah.
Indoctrination's a thing, yo.
Yeah. or something as simple as it was willing, but the rituals went wrong.
Yeah.
And
she did look
being
horrified,
harmed.
like maybe I fucked up the ritual. This could all actually be my fault. Oh, those poor people in the ward. Like, yeah.
The monsters have created a bigger monster.
It also, if it is a celestial and can like see things beyond what we can see, even if it's not necessarily fully involved, it might know something.
Exactly.
It's worth trying to talk to.
I mean, at this point, as players, there's no way we can't not speak to it now, right? Now that we've we're like, no, that's fine, right?
It's electrocuted us twice, and then if we just go, nah, seems fine.
Yep.
We'll come talk to the Archmage. Bye.
Yep.
So we just figured out how to do a radiant fireball. It's like thaumaturgy, but we're going into radiant instead of
like, hey Queenie, now that town that was potentially embarrassing. Well, there's no town, so no embarrassment.
I know.
Yeah.
don't need to worry about it anymore.
You might have to change your name.
Yeah.
So that no one remembers.
Yeah.
There was a town named after you that's not there anymore.
You asked us to get the answer. We solved it. Unfortunately, we felt we had to also eradicate
You didn't
the
talk
problem.
to us about collateral damage.
We've drew you a new map. This one's made of gold.
This map?
Yeah, we have to do it.
Is there anything else you want to say to the Sister Elman at the moment?
Yes, Sister Elman, have we reached the stage where we do not have to get the family involved in this?
She shakes her fingers. I believe it would be rude not to inform them that we were interfering with Samda's rest ceremony. She words very carefully.
Would they come here if you invited them, do you think? And we could explain it to them?
She looks as if I would hope so.
Okay. Are you supporting us in this now?
She says, at no stage did I offer anything to the contrary. The Church of Light's here to support all of Alata's children. Again, those doctrine lines kicking in every so often. Whether she likes it or not is probably just automatic.
Then would you support us in convincing the husband?
She looks awkward as fuck when you say that. And she goes, I think it would be best if this is indeed my fault. That something could have gone wrong with the ritual. That it is not I that ask. In case it looks like it's self-serving. Perhaps the need you have to solve the task you have been charged with may seem a more prudent course of action than correcting my mistakes, if indeed they are my mistakes. She says with a lot of hope in her voice.
I worry.
As do I.
I worry that They do not know about the Celestial.
It would be unlikely they were familiar with the details of the ceremonies, or that something of such a high cost was incurred. Merely
Then
that
why
a
should we
ceremony,
involve them?
because we are looking to jeopardize the very safety of Samda's soul, simply by speaking to its guardian. You can tell that she isn't totally convinced it's the right idea to tell them or not, but she also feels like it's already fucked. She doesn't want it to get worse by then not telling the people directly responsible for, like, the remains now, right? Because ultimately, like, the family are responsible for remains, even if the church are looking after them in terms of grounds, right? Like, the actual graveyard itself is unaligned. So, yeah, it's not ideal, right? She obviously doesn't want to be like, I don't think we should just tell them everything, but at the same time, whether they know or not, they probably should consent to this or not, because, yeah. I mean, let's phrase it this way. If you guys had loved ones interred by the church under the protection and their souls were in jeopardy, would you like to be consented if a bunch of random adventurers come into town and wanted to speak to their guardian angel that may or may not be happy? Whether yeah.
I totally agree with that, but we also know the family,
Mm-hmm.
and we also, especially Our Lady Riven, her, I can't put words in her mouth, but the thought of hurting that family.
Don't worry, they don't remember that you stole their brush. Oh, Lockheart.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
And this time we're not
about
asking
last
to
night,
talk to Samda, we're asking to talk
And he
to
was like,
Celestial.
my husband was like,
Yeah.
I'd love to, but I want to put it to bed, and it's going to be a case of like,
Yeah.
I do think we have to go to him with the truth of,
Yeah.
we don't think it's Samda, but whatever magic they've used to protect her grave
Might
is
be.
causing this.
Mhm.
So we need your permission to toy with that magic because it is linked to your wife. But we think there's like ripple effects coming off of it.
Yeah.
The rituals, beyond our comprehension of complex. It's, do we have your permission? We're going in. At this point, we can only be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it might not even be like as honest as we can be, because we don't actually know what the truth is.
No, for sure.
Yep.
But we have a strong feeling.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh.
Closer to 100 than to 50.
Yeah, you would take those odds in a dice roll.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, how's Myr'ra taking all of this celestial talking? Like, how's Myr'ra looking? Is Myr'ra like not happy or kind of like, ooh,
I
intrigued?
think she's excessively passive about, like, to her this is just like people playing with the forces they don't really understand.
Cuts back to a
Like-
ritual.
Yeah, like, yeah, well. I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair,
Because with all the
Myr'ra,
shepherding of souls,
I was gonna say, Myr'ra spends like their time chatting to ghosts, so it's not that weird,
Mhm.
right? Like the idea of chatting to something
Yeah.
beyond normal ken is.
it's more the comparison of shepherder of souls. You're talking about celestials, that's also their job. Like, there's a similarity sitting there, and I wonder how she feels about, like, almost like, does she feel like celestials are taking her job, or is it like
Coming over here into our reality, taking our jobs.
Took her jobs.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I want to understand, like,
Nick's
is
still
it
be wanting
almost
to
part of
vote.
the process?
I imagine.
What
So
does
in
Myr'ra
my
do?
headcanon, there's a minor deity that Myr'ra serves,
Okay.
and I do not know where that deity falls
with these
with
celestial
the celestial versus, or like the light versus the dark, or if this is like, am I taking the souls also out of the cycle? Am I just cycling the souls myself? Like,
Yeah.
am I, just doing a mortal, like, am I a mortal doing an angel's job? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to gauge. Just because it was about like they take the souls and shepherd them and all that, and then it's like, well, that's what Myr'ra does. So why are they necessary if people can do that job?
Here's the thing: should people be able to do that job, if indeed they are doing it, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm looking at Myr'ra to see how Myr'ra is taking in all of that
I
information.
imagine she would know this. This isn't like a new thing for her, right? Like, she knows she has competition.
Okay, so it's competition, right? Okay, that's what I really needed to know. And it is competition.
But keep in mind, like, regardless of
A
that,
healthy
like,
competition.
whether or not you would be worried about that is really up to like you, Dylan, right? To decide if Myr'ra cares, right? Because if Myr'ra doesn't follow the Church of Light, for example, would it matter? Like, really, ultimately, because you have a function you do, which is your job, right? Like, it is you're the city mortician. You also like have this natural affinity with like the spirits of the dead. That seems to have done you well so far. You've never necessarily leaned into that beyond what you've done so far, which means that the more you lean into it through the play is while you level up and get more abilities because you're pushing yourself. You know, you think, oh, what else could I do? This easily could be a stepping stone to a bigger power jump for Myr'ra, right? That understanding of, wait, I never thought about how I can do it or why I do it. It just happens, right? Where do they go afterwards? Can I pull them back from there? Should they be going there? Are they all in a box under Myr'ra's spirit bed? Like, do you know what I mean?
I've always imagined Myr'ra as this is her like honorable duty, and she recognizes that she can't save everyone's soul from the light and the dark, assuming she's outside of this cycle. Even if she knows or not, but this is right to her. Like the deity that she follows is the right one to her. So she follows his duty as well as she can, but recognizes that people are just wrong sometimes, and there's nothing she can do about it.
Yeah.
Everyone is entitled to an opinion, even when it's wrong.
Even when it's wrong. But she will save people's souls when she can, whether they want to or not.
And equally, like, off the back of the other comment, not specifically that one, but like you've also got Picard's words of wisdom that you can do everything right and still fail, right? So even if you think you're doing everything right, it might not be the right thing to have done, ultimately.
Sure.
As well. Which is maybe what Sister Elman is having a crisis about right now.
Minor panic.
So,
Minor panic.
anything else you want to clear with Elman?
Not from me.
Myr'ra?
No, I'm good.
Yep. So, Sister Elman
To the
says...
melon farm.
Sister Elman does say to everyone, goes, I will start making preparations here, assuming that Cleft Perron consents. I would prefer to speak with him personally, given the magnitude of this. If you could convince him to come here, that would be appreciated. Failing that, I would go to him, given the gestures vaguely at the room. Given the scope of this could be very problematic. She definitely seems very worried, and then he goes, but I will start making the preparations here for now. I would recommend that it is done ideally in the next few hours when the sun's at its height. It would be better to do everything in the full gaze of Alata.
Understood.
She definitely is saying that to like convince herself, like, no, but if we're doing it in front of, you know,
Alata will protect me. He'll protect me.
Then shall we meet at the graveyard at noon?
And, she goes, hopefully if you leave now, there will be enough time to get to the farm and back for then. As I said, please be kind to Cleft. He's been through a lot. Both him and Jack. She does seem tore up about this.
I certainly think Riven would put a hand on her shoulder and say, even if this is somehow, in some way, a mistake that happened that somehow is linked to you, is not your fault. Intent is exceptionally important. You were asked to do an incredibly difficult task. One that none of us can even comprehend.
She kind of
Your heart is in the right place.
She rests her hand on the shoulder that you've put hers on, on top of your hand. She puts hers on it and she pats it a bit, almost absent-mindedly. She's still kind of probably looking inward rather than at anybody in particular. And she kind of just looks at you eventually and says, I appreciate the kind words. I will try and strengthen myself with them for the events to come.
If it is anything, I believe that we will be able to speak to this celestial with your abilities. And if anything, 4 people will leave this town speaking to a creature they can't even comprehend. That is a story to tell, right?
Again, the almost amazement of that, right, is maybe lost on her a little. And she says, let us hope it's a story you can share far and wide, and not one that ends with me.
It will be. Have faith. Is that not what all of you say?
She laughs. She goes, yes, day's blessings go with you all. Almost as if she's a bit more proper again. Oh yes, my job's to shepherd the people, damn it.
Yeah. Riven's trying to get Margie up talk. That's what Riven does.
Yeah, and it sounds to have knocked her back on, got her back. Maybe not for when you leave this room, but at least for now, in front of you all, right? You can have a scream as soon as you're all gone.
Will we pass where our horses are? Because it was grabbing the horses to bolt to the farm and back.
Yeah, because it's at the north part of town, right? You stabled your horses at the top, so yeah, the church is there. Yep. Well done, geography.
We grab the horses, we'll get to the farm far faster, and we'll get back far faster.
Yep, so you all want to grab horses and head to the farm?
Yep.
Excellent. So while you are travelling, we'll take our break. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. See you all then. Let me get us on the break screen.
on it.
Okay, that should be us back on. You know when.
Okay.
Hopefully,
Yep, I
and
can hear us and see us.
excellent. Both audio lines, yeah, all good.
Mhm.
Excellent. Right, so welcome back to part 2 of part 4 of tomorrow's goodbye, the Cypher System FunShot that was always a fun shot, and I never said one shot in part 1. So, yep.
Oh, semantics.
Yes, the date is the 11th of the 11th, 23, and again, happy birthday. Happy what, 12th birthday, Skyrim. Dear gods. And happy first birthday for some editions of Skyrim. And happy not quite your birthday for other editions of Skyrim. Yup. But anyway, we are not sponsored by Skyrim. I would take an Elder Scrolls sponsorship though. I do love their lore. But anyway.
Todd Howard, where are you?
Yes, Todd Howard, where are all the features we need? But yes, anyway, I'm Ryan the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, welcome back. I'm still Dylan, still playing Myr'ra, though it's considerably brighter in here. And Myr'ra still being her, but now with a cape.
Gold Gate.
A golden.
A golden cape.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I'm continuing to play Myr'ra, who is still clumsy, still an adept. It maybe wouldn't rather be reading. It's quite exciting right now.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I'm playing Nori and Nediam, and I'm on the search for a golden map.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I'm still playing Riven, who is genuinely wondering if she can dragon suplex a celestial being.
Yes. And joining us, special guest star.
Oh, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'm back somewhat and playing Lockheart Dourf, an empathic speaker who interprets the law, but he might be rather fuzzy on many details of everything at the moment.
Yes. Yes. So, I'll firstly catch up Lockhart to the party, and then I'll let you guys catch him up in character as to what has transpired this session. So, Lockhart, you wake up with a very sore head. You see that you have been tended to somewhat since you have a dried out cloth over your forehead, and you're lying on the floor in front of the window with the light of the day surrounding you. The party thought this was the best defense against leaving you in a vampire mansion, was leaving you in the day.
I appreciate that.
Yep. You were also carefully manhandled to the floor. There were no just thuds or lobbing your body around. It was very expertly done.
I'm sure that was difficult, but I appreciate it.
Given that it wasn't Riven, yes. So, yep. You were carried back to the manor after the event of the evening, and yes, you find yourself waking up. You find a note that Riven has left you, that details what they were doing for the day and how to meet up with them. So you are essentially heading towards the Church of Light at the north end of town, where you see the group, the party themselves, the ensemble, leaving the church grounds, heading towards where the horses were stabled. So expect to lose an hour to horses.
Not again.
So yes, you somewhat maybe the sun's that bit brighter. Maybe it's like slight concussion for Lockhart, but overall you're feeling okay. You would have had a chance to have spent recoveries and such. I'm assuming you'd have spent all the recoveries that you didn't have already upon waking, to refresh them for the day.
So.
So yeah, we can make that assumption. Obviously, if needed, we can look into your character sheet for any rolls that need to happen.
Yeah.
If need be. Well,
in this game.
Imagine rolling. Ugh. So hopefully we'll be okay with that. But we'll find out. I'll do what I can. Sometimes rolling is not always something I want to do when it comes to players, because then they blame me for when it's either too good or too bad. Right, so the party, as you are heading to your horses, you witness a Lockheart wandering your way.
You're
Uh,
awake.
Like Riven's very quickly like got your head in her hands, like checking you over, like fuck, why is he out of bed? He might be concussed. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Good to see you all. What day is it?
It is just the next day. You were only asleep for 12 hours.
Oh, wonderful. That's glad that it's only 12 hours this time. Now,
On the horse.
the sun.
On the horse. On the horse. Questions later. We need to go.
Horse.
Yes. Quit on the horse.
And we have horses.
Yeah, the horses
We don't need to. We don't need to requisition horses or
No,
No, our horses that we brought.
Riven, maybe he should get on the horse with you.
Yes, maybe actually good idea. Lockhart, just like get on the horse and pull you up in front of it.
There is not much resistance for like just a sack of potatoes.
Myr'ra, on the way to the horses, your cloak stopped being gold.
Oh no!
So you may have to...
Quickly reapply.
Like, it says temporarily, but it doesn't say how long that is from what I can read, so I guess it's just random.
Okay.
Yep. But considering it's
How much
one
do you
cost,
want it?
like, you have an edge in intellect anyway, so it's not like it's really going to
Yep,
cost
I
you.
just immediately fix it
Oh, the gold's come
before
off.
anyone
Oof.
can notice.
Yep.
Lockhart, did you dream?
Oh, yes, I think I did. It was that one about the academy and but yes. No, regardless, where are we off to on the horses? Is this a distance?
Speed is key.
So,
We're
Speed
going
is
back
the
to the-
key.
Lockhart, they've
What
planted...
kind of lock?
They've planted a bomb, and they want to get out of town, out of the
In
blast.
the Church of Light.
We need to go. We need to go.
We found out how to kill this people. Kill everything.
If
We've
they
got to
all
keep
died
at
the
50
same
leagues
we
an hour.
chose the nuclear option. Okay.
But yes, we can all assume that you've got on the horses, you head in the direction you are about to tell Lockhart, and on the way, what do you catch Lockhart up with, what you have learned about the day's events? Previously, on this session.
So we're heading back to the Piran farm.
Right. Are we eating more melons? You said the pie was very
The pie
good.
was excellent, but we need permission to tamper with the sarcophagus again. But we've asked permission this time, but we need to ask more permission. And then it'll...
We have to ask the Celestial.
Yes.
It
There's a
appears that
celestial.
Right.
in binding Samda's soul for protection, they bound a celestial to the grave. They are
That's
not
what
sure-
kept...
Yes, that is what equated you with the tree at a speed that I have never seen before. The issue is the ritual is rare. They are not sure if they've done it right. This creature might be bound incorrectly. We don't know, but either way, a celestial entity is bound Samda's soul to protect it at the behest of the church and the queen.
Oh, that's probably starting to like shake a bit, Lockhart back into like, oh no,
When
it
Riven
wasn't
says...
all a dream.
Yes.
I was waking up in my office.
When Riven says the church as well, like, Riven means Whitehall in the capital.
Whitehall.
So from the speaker herself, this came. So not just the church locally here, the Pope, essentially.
Right.
Yep.
And they think there's a way we can talk to the celestial without undoing everything. But maybe we have to undo everything. We'll figure it out.
I think she was
So-
up for that.
We have, like, pinching his nose. we have permission from Whitehall, and
No,
now
we
whose
have
permission do we?
We have permission from the local church to attempt the ritual to summon the Celestial to speak with it. However, they want the family's permission to tamper with Samda's grave before they will commit to the ritual, which is why we're going to the farm to get permission.
No. What are we asking the Celestial?
Is it causing this, or does it know what's causing this? Remember when we saw the man die, he had a trace of a Celestial on him. This is messy. The way that the sister was talking about the ritual is that this is not commonly done. It was expensive and exhausting and cost much.
And we could be tampering with it.
If it's causing this, we need to release it. Potentially. We don't.
But we're not doing that first.
We need to speak with it.
Because if it's not doing it, big.
The celestial residue that was found was on the one that did die.
Yes.
Steve, yes.
Yes. But we did ask about that. And apparently that's very normal when things are normal, as they are not here.
There is
So
also-
a lack.
So maybe the Celestial is counteracting some of what's happening. But that might mean they still know what's going on. They definitely seem worth asking.
There's also a chance if the
Okay.
ritual was done incorrectly, the creature is bound incorrectly. And thusly, it might be aggressive.
Likely, do you think it was bound by Whitehall?
It was bound under the authority of them.
But by local?
Yes. This church did the ritual.
Local government? Local practice? Centralized?
The local diocese.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
This is what the speaker
Okay.
commanded.
In
Speaker
so
commanded the church to do it.
off the back of that, yeah. So like this technically wasn't local government, right? It was local church, so it was like a branch of Whitehall, which means it's if someone was looking to have more government authority over the church, this would be a good example to use as to why that is. Even if the Queen and the speaker from Whitehall both made sure this happened. It was Sister Elman, the person they spoke to here, that did the ritual here.
And she's the one that's going to help us talk to the Celestial.
Because she looked horrified at the idea that it might have went wrong and it was her fault.
Yes, well, that certainly is a direction that we can travel, and the sister is the one refusing to do it without gesturing for the man's name's permission.
Yes. She wants him brought to them.
Oh, in person, right?
Yes, we can't even lie. So, we have to get the permission of the husband.
Truth
There's
in the light of
definitely like
Alka.
I knew that's where he was going.
Well, yeah, it's like a look of sort of like almost pride, but like yes, speaking the language now. Well done, Riven.
So, we have to
Right.
get this done. They're meeting us at noon at the graveyard to try. But we need to get a yes.
Hence the horses.
Hence the horses. But what do we need the melons for?
Hi.
I think Riven definitely, like, even while riding, is like checking to see if there's any blood coming out your ears or nose. Like, good? Is he like moving weird? Like, you good?
The only visible thing from Lockhart, besides possibly exclamation, is that little cut from the tree on his forehead. That's about it.
I think Lockhart probably will be squinting a lot as well. Just there's that just feels like, you know, like outside light. You said it was still morning. It's like
Mild
this-
concussion. Yeah.
Mhm.
If you have a
and just
hood,
the
like Riven's pulling it up for you, like fucking put that on. Send your hunger.
Okay. So all the and he's just like searching for words. All the tact must be employed. We must get enthusiastic reception from the melon. Cleft.
From Melon, did you say? That's amazing.
The reality here
The
is,
melon
Lockhart,
man.
we need to tell him the truth, because if we bring him with us and then the sisters just tell him the truth anyway, he will change his answer. We need to go in here and be honest.
Well, I'm sure that's bound to work at least one time, so yeah, why not?
It sort of
No.
worked at the Church of Light.
Convincing him perhaps of the dangers to his wife's soul, because we don't know the truth of that, might be something under your purview. You're a good man in that effect. This might be able to push if we struggle, but I think if we explain that the ritual around his wife's grave is potentially the reason that people aren't dying, I doubt he is the type of man who would reject us.
I see. Well, sounds like you have done most admirably. Most admirably.
Sounds
We
like
sure
your
this is the
head's
right
still
direction?
pounding. You know what? Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. You'll be fine. Have some water and just take the water, skin and put it in his mouth. Hydrate, don't dehydrate.
Or it's actually just a joy
Riven.
getting protected by Mama Kangaroo as your baby. Like, we just need to get you, like,
Riven's
you just
nature.
need to drink a lot, you need to, like, hydrate, we need to get you there so you look presentable when we need you to convince them.
Yeah.
Wake up the speaker.
Okay.
Probably kind of like going pretty fast to get to this point.
Oh yeah, I imagine you are going as fast as the horses can reasonably go. So out of character, Alexander, do you feel caught up? Anything you would like to query as a player?
I feel as caught up as I think is appropriate for the story or for the moment.
You need to thank Sir Ethane, by the way. He's the one that carried you back, not me. I had to carry Myr'ra. So make sure you say thank you.
See. Just like patting to make sure I've still got like everything.
Random facts we did find out. Just like for player to player. Yeah. The mayor would fucking level all of us.
Yeah.
I got him to do a show of strength. He's not to be fucked with. It's plain and simple.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
But he kind of implied that that was the point. If people think his reputation stands,
Yeah.
so he doesn't actually have to do anything.
Yeah. But if he needed to do something,
Yeah.
he would not struggle with physical altercations. He doesn't like them, but if he needs must, he wins.
And especially since we managed to take ourselves out and then and he had the wit to stand far off, then yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
So yes. And he did seem legitimately kind of concerned about you. He did seem legit
He checked in.
if he doesn't wake up in a couple of days, we're gonna need to get a healer kind of thing. Like, he was very much of that vibe. Like, we're giving it like 48 hours, and if not, gonna need to get somebody.
Good guy Threem, that's all I'm saying. 4 more years.
I think, sort of, I guess maybe in the moment, Lockhart might give a wee sort of quiet word to Riven, be like, I'm not one of those, am I? I am supposed to be alive, right?
It's a valid concern.
You're I checked you myself, as did Surithane, and said, as did the mayor. You are alive, your heart beats, your head took one hell of a hit.
But with all the you know, and the people, you know,
I think she gives you a wee squeeze,
you know,
like she's kind of squeezes you a wee bit, just like settle. Like, she's not wanting you going to a full panic attack here.
Do you make a wee Stay Puft noise?
Just kind of like one arm up and around you, like maybe pressing against your chest, and pushing you back like against her. You are alive, Lockhart. Did not die.
It's about that time you see the back of his neck as Z, and it's like, wait a minute, no.
You're all right.
The stitches are just put it back on.
I know.
Why does he tick?
Not again.
I can assure you, you are all right. I mean, you probably don't feel great, but didn't die.
Not feeling great is probably a good sign.
Gave us a hell of a fright, but your heart beats yet.
I wonder if I have to remember that pain. He sort of chuckles to himself.
I was waiting for that. I wasn't sure if you were going to bring that up. Like, can I make myself forget that happened? What injury?
Maybe...
What are you talking about?
They say pain is a teacher. Maybe you remember this lesson, yes.
Right behind the tree.
If you ever see Myr'ra going to play with things again, maybe 10 feet rather than 5. Perhaps.
Yes.
You want to add another 0 on the end of that?
Will like pack his like spyglass that he's got and be like, yeah, you know what? Why didn't I just spend walk 200 meters away and watch it from there just through the binoculars? Yeah, like, that's a really valid point.
She'll just give you a kind of pat on the chest where her hand's been resting and says, "Oh, next time just get behind me. You do run the risk of me landing on you, but you know."
Well, if it's taken you out, then what chance did I have anyway?
Fair.
She says none.
Yep. Just a knowing nod to herself, like.
Yeah, just like, if I'm down, the rest of this party might be in some severe trouble.
Again, makes me think of that Castlevania line. Well, if Carmilla's gone, everybody else is certainly dead.
Yep.
Yep. Yes, so anyway, you hear some barking off in the distance as you bound over the hill and you see Perron Farm, not Cleft Farm. That'd be really weird if he just renamed it after her death to very specifically his. So yeah, the Perron Farm. And obviously you hear the distant barking of a excited melon. Yeah,
Pull the horses.
Yep. Yeah, you get there, you dismount, you head down the big long path to get to the porch area. You see on the porch as you're approaching, you see Cleft clearly working away. He's looking like he's like buffing a sword on the porch. And he obviously gets up, puts his very bartender style towel thing that he's got his rag, rubs his hands, puts it over his shoulder, stands up, pats it, his clothing down a bit and looks. Goes,
Yes.
It's not the sword, is it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's almost like you mentioned it and he felt the need to try and start buffing it up or something, right? Got him all self-conscious about it. And yeah, it's going to be a long day. Good morning, all.
Morning.
Good morning.
Well met.
It's probably like a pause, like, yeah, good morning.
And he kind of he obviously is standing quite like, not defensively, but tentatively, right? He's like, oh no, why are they back?
Yeah, especially battering their way here on a horse, like something's up.
Aye, looking a bit dishevelled and windswept, yeah. Yep, kind of good. Just kind of waiting on like an answer. You can see he isn't saying, "Yay, hey, good morning, come in, welcome." You know, he's not as jovial as he was perhaps before.
I think I'm just going to start with an apology that we can't ever bring you good news or anything nice.
Kind of like does like a tight-lipped nod, like, right, well, out with it. He's obviously rushed to get here by the looks of things.
Are you aware of your wife's burial ceremonies in full?
Kind of like looks over his shoulder back into the house and then looks back at you and kind of goes, one of those conversations, right? He'll be looking to come in then. And like gets the rag off of his shoulder and then goes to turn to like head into the house.
We need to go quickly.
He kind of turns back and goes, go where?
I think Riven is constantly waiting for Mana. If I find like maybe it is better that Mana just rips off this bandage, because how the fuck?
Oh, she's very good at that.
Yeah. I think Riven is like silently hoping, going, Mara, just blurt it out, please. I don't want to say this.
We would like your help to speak to the celestial that guards your wife's grave.
Kind of looks very confused at that, like what the fuck look on his face. And he goes,
And they didn't tell him. Great.
how would I help you speak to that if that was there? He's clearly trying to catch himself up.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't on the cards today.
No. The Church of Light will not allow us to speak to this entity without your
He
permission.
puts his hand up to stop you and he goes, Jack! And he screams after the boy. And then, like, you can see that both, like, Jack and Melon peer around the door frame. He goes, dog was too quiet. And he turns around. and he says, right, go get feed for the horses. Bottom of the farm. And he's like, but Dad, he's like, he just does a look. And it stops. And then, like, you know, Melon just, like, does a moan as well. And then they both, like, run off, like, muttering to themselves. Not the dog, necessarily. After, like, a couple of steps, like, he obviously runs, and then Melon chases after him as best he can, barking away. And then Clef's like, right. For against, well, not against the clock, that's a weird phrase, I guess, but I suppose, yeah, for against
the sun.
No, like against the clock, because they would have clocks, right? I'm happy for them to have clocks in this world, but just that was a bit of a modern phrase. Yeah, if we're against the clock on this one, what do I need to know? I was unaware that. Why would she merit a celestial? Protect? He's like, what even do you say to that? Like, what's the words you use? Like, she was just my wife. Like,
It seems there's a lot about your wife that is unknown to most. We would like to get to the bottom of this. And you could definitely be of assistance.
I don't see how. I can't even get that bloody damage out of her sword. He just shakes his head like he's disappointed in himself at that.
We fear that the celestial that is attached to your wife's grave is the reason that death is not holding.
He screws his face up at that, like, eh? And then he goes, I honestly don't see what use I'll be, but if you think it will help, then... And he's like kind of nodding to himself as if like, psych yourself up here, Cleft. You're needed, you don't know why, but somebody needs you. And then he kind of like looks off to like, he looks off, and even if you're saying this to him, like his body language is looking off after Jack, and he's like, and whatever it is you're saying to him, he's clearly not taking it, and he says like, just through it like, do we need the boy?
No, but if you want to bring him, that is your decision.
He shakes his head like, no, that's fine. I'm sure he's going to explain more on the way. One moment. And like he like runs after Jack. So yeah, users just
Did you bring that?
Like you're shouting at his back. So yeah, whether he heard it or not, like he's off screaming after Jack, so Jack doesn't run to the bottom of the farm to bring some hay or something up for the horses. It's like him and Melon struggle to drag it back. And you can see them talking in the field or whatever, and it looks like there's a bit of a strop. But eventually, like, you know, Jack and Melon do whatever they do, and then Cleft comes back. And it takes like 5 minutes all in. And he goes, right, can go. Now, Dale, obviously, if you want to say that now, or repeat it now.
Could you bring that?
Kind of like narrows his eyes. I'm assuming you're gesturing towards the sword?
Yeah.
Yes. I can. Do you think it's needed? Are we in danger? Am I in danger?
We don't have any reason to believe so, but that could be of use.
He doesn't understand how both things can be true. He's a simple melon farmer. He doesn't understand it. Like, bring that sword that was like your bitchin' wife's, but also you're fine. You're safe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Myr'ra does not elaborate.
Of course. He doesn't waste any more time anyway. He like picks the sword up, wraps it in like the cloth thing that he's got, and then just like affixes it onto him. He goes, I don't have a horse.
Would we have brought Lockhart?
You could have brought Lockhart.
Yeah,
horse,
well,
yes.
Roll
for retroactivity.
You're
no.
in luck.
Yeah. He goes, right, this will be interesting. And he like does his best to like give himself like a 1, 2, 3 up. And off he goes. He goes, oh, and he's a bit. You can see he's a bit unsure. He's clearly not a horse rider. Samda always made this look like Samda made this look easy. He's kind of muttering to himself.
Oh. I'll kind of like ride alongside and try and help guide.
Yep. I'm assuming these are just
back.
Yep.
Get back to the grave.
Just like Jack and Melon. Like, well, Melon isn't waving, but Jack is obviously. As you obviously head off. And yeah, you just head back. I'm assuming you're going straight for the graveyard. Yep. You can see the Sister Elman has assembled a bunch of other Sisters of Light. There's probably 12 of them total, not including Elman, so 13, if you include her. And they all seem to be like arrayed very ornately around the mausoleum. Some of them standing like between other graves and stuff, because apparently the positioning seems quite important. Even if it would be kind of slightly rude to be standing where they're standing.
Definitely off the horses before we get off in the graveyard. Definitely.
Yes.
Leave the horses at the gate.
Yes.
I want these ones cut and exploded.
That's definitely.
Well over 10
Horses
meters away, yeah.
easy.
Yeah. I mean, you could take them back to the stable if you really wanted to, but it's away at the north end of town.
No, just tie them up outside the...
Yep.
Lockheart would be like, no, this does remind me of a time that when we came to attempt to... never mind.
Are you going to loop in Siri Thane or the mayor or the night church? No? Okay.
No, we're going... She said there was a time limit on this, we gotta go.
Well, she definitely said it's best to do it when the sun's at the highest, right?
So we're doing it.
Yes. Whether or not that means it needs to be done now is maybe not necessarily true. It just means...
Look, we need all the things on our side, including the sun.
Yes. She definitely wants Alata's light in her favour. Considering she's like, oh no, was this my fault? Yes. So yeah, you all dismount. Clef just looks like he's a bit out of place. Like, you can tell he's like, I don't know if I want to be here. Yep.
Don't need to stay. You just need to let them know you permit this to happen. And if you want to leave, just take one of the horses and leave.
Kind of like looks at the horse nervously. The horse looks at him nervously. And then he kind of just like nods slowly and goes, well, I permit this wherever it is. And kind of nods and then goes to like turn to leave. Having not spoke to anyone. Just...
I think Riven just very good hand on the shoulder. The sister.
Right, yeah. Kind of stopped going after Samda, you know. Kind of seemed pointless.
A lot of things seem pointless when you lose the things you love.
Kind of like the big inhale. Like, well. And then, like, steeled himself, you know. Heads in. As these are all heading up to speak to the sisters in the centre of it, like in front of the mausoleum. He says to you, like, whoever's walking next to him is like, what do I say? Just very, like, clearly the guy's a bit lost, right? Like, this is him having to deal with this again.
Let the sister lead the way. She will ask you for what she's looking for. And
you can tell, like, it takes a bit of comfort in that, right? Like, you know, like, you can probably get the impression that he probably was a Church of Light goer at one point, right? So that kind of almost, like, reassures him a bit. He looks to you and kind of nods, as if, yeah, okay, that's, yeah. And then the sister looks mildly horrified. You've all appeared. Like, oh no, it's real. Like,
it's happening.
You've got him. Like, ugh. So she clearly has the same look he had, right? Of the, oh no, what did I say? Like, and she heads out of the circle of sisters and heads to you as you like meet halfway up the path towards the centre of the graveyard. She goes, Day's blessings, Cleft. He like nods and returns the kind of sentiment. He goes, is it true what they say? She kind of looks and goes, I'm not sure what they said, but we do need your permission if we are to attempt to interfere with the ceremony. He goes, well, Kel looks back at you guys. Obviously, like, mouth all, like, scrunched up a bit, like, If there's a chance it can help the people of Loudon Hall, Samda would do that. She wouldn't even think. Like, big inhale, like, clearly, like, you know, very nasal, like, Yep, Samda would do the right thing. For what it's worth, go ahead. They said this might help, like, kinda like awkwardly unties the sword and like holds it up in like the rag that he was trying to clean it with, and like Sister Elna's like,
I just nod.
And she goes, right. Awkwardly goes to take the sword, holds it awkwardly, like somebody that's not comfortable holding someone's child. He goes, thank you. And he just like nods, goes, yep. Am I needed for this, or can I eject at the farm? So, you know. And she kind of like goes, it's perhaps better if you're not here, but I wouldn't turn you away. And then he turns to you guys like, what's the right answer here?
Myr'ra like puts her hand on Riven's arm. It would be a shoulder, but yeah.
Yeah.
And like quietly says like, perhaps he could talk to her after.
She just looks down at Myr'ra, knowing that Mara's heart is in the right place, but I don't think we're speaking to. We're speaking this thing.
But after.
I don't think it's enough. The guards are in such a way, and we don't chain it. Never speak to her.
Then you unchain it. Right?
I can't. I don't know. You are the one who knows of magic and spirits and celestials and all that, not I. I know blood and bone. This is beyond me.
Okay.
But the fact that you so desire to see him at peace after talking to her is... And just kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder, just like... I really like, oh my god, she's growing. She's growing. Myr'ra.
It's only taken 4 episodes.
It's only taken a day. It's only taken like, well, the week's traveling a day, so it's only taken 9 days for Myr'ra to make it. It was like huge progress.
Take a girl out of the city and they get humanity. Weird, right?
I know.
We make something Myr'ra sound like a monster, right? But she wasn't.
No. Just
Big dog.
Yeah.
But I think he should go and be with his son.
Cleft nods.
No, we don't need you.
Cleft like almost looks a bit relieved at that, right? Like right, okay, sure. Yeah. And he kinda like turns and goes, she could make sure the if you can, you could get the sword back. I understand if it can't be, but for Jack, kind of like again, clearly is like, I want to leave now because I might cry, and I don't want to see don't want you to see me cry, so I'm gonna go now. And he just very distinctly walks down the path towards the horses. The sister's standing awkward, like, why do I have this?
At her confusion, Myr'ra will walk up and then take it.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's got a bit of weight to it, right? It's a sword, you know. It's clearly incredibly well made. It's obviously got that like cloth thing wrapped over the blade, because it wasn't brought in the scabbard or anything. So yeah, you have a cloth bound longsword.
At the weight of it, she'll then walk over to Riven.
Riven doesn't look like she wants to take that. Riven's gonna like, do you know what you're handing me? That is my idol's weapon.
I don't think Myr'ra would notice.
Very carefully, just like it's glass. And is just like, okay.
And like, as you'd asked before, there is like an inscription in the hilt, but it's in a language you don't speak. So it seems to be some kind of like sigil sequence on the blade. Or not on the blade, on the hilt, sorry. Kind of like along the crossguard.
I tilt it so it's kind of like more close to Myr'ra. Make sense of that?
I'll look at it and try to read it. And...
It seems to be some kind of religious script. You're not sure what it says because you don't speak it, but it does seem to be something based on a religion, based on the way the structure looks.
I'm gonna send your ass to Eve, motherfucker!
It's the MF at the end with the exclamation mark that really sells it, right?
Context.
Oh dear.
It doesn't say that, but yeah.
It kind of.
Oh, no, it doesn't say that.
Yeah. Not yet.
It'll
Yes.
prove it otherwise.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, you could ask the other religious person here, right? I say other, like Myr'ra is specifically religious, but like you could ask, I don't know, any of the 13 sisters.
No. I'm gonna look at Myr'ra.
Oh. I can also look at it.
You're religious.
Is
And if
she?
she was of the house,
My
Yep.
family are religious.
well, you had to go to Sunday school. Like you
did have
should
to go
know
to
the
Sunday
nonsense.
school. That
You
is
would
true.
know. And if she was also the House of Night, which is what your
It
family are,
could. Mhm,
you
mhm.
might be able to tick it
I
off.
can I will look at it.
Yes. You sadly don't speak that language, though.
That-
Yes.
that
None of the
No, I
party
agree with
speak this
Myr'ra.
language.
looks religious, but I'd have to research.
Yeah.
If the sister is still near, we're probably still standing like that,
Like,
after
awkwardly,
Mana
like-
took this sword, like
Like, I'll pull a journal out and
Mm.
draw
sketch.
the symbols.
Yeah, like, both of
bet-
you probably are familiar enough with Night Script enough to know it's in that, right? You just don't know what it says,
Yeah.
right?
I'd
I'm
also
not gonna
sort of
ask.
look at-
I'm not gonna ask a light sister to read a night thing. I feel
It's,
like that's a
but it's
little
not
bit
like reading the inscription on the one ring. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's cool. Like, it's not like the entire, like, you know, scale of shadow, like, encompasses them. And but I mean,
Well.
to be fair, you just don't know. But it's unlikely that's gonna happen if someone reads it, right? They just instantly
No.
catch fire.
See the team you're not on. Do you want to read this thing that's written in their language? Okay, thanks. No, she's a bit busy and got a lot on her mind. I'm not gonna add to it.
I mean, again, the religions are, like, pleasant enough to each other to tolerate being in the same town, right?
True.
So I wouldn't
That is
say,
true.
like, it's not like they're actually at war here.
Yeah.
Right now, currently,
Yep.
We may be a catalyst in changing that event.
yes.
Reading that one inscription that says, "My God's better than your God," nya, 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 nya.
Like I'm
Set
not
it
doing it
off.
anymore.
Yep. But yes, so you look at the sword. You also see its night script, but you can't read it. Yep. The like sister elements, like what, like what's going on?
Is it alright if I take an action and rest?
Yeah,
My
you could
rest action. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want to do that before we
Yep,
you
no
know.
worries.
start.
You can indeed.
Is it okay if I go and hide behind a wall?
Is
I
there a
might
particularly
also-
large gravestone?
I mean, you could just stand outside the graveyard with the horses if you wanted as well. Like, it's entirely up to you where you just want to stand for this. But yes, right. So what is Alexander? What's happened?
I was just wondering if Lockhart could attempt an understand on the main sister.
Sure. Like, yeah.
Just I feel like if we need to like encourage or do anything to talk to her, then now might be a good time to get that done.
I'm gonna make you roll because I need to know if you get a GM intrusion or not, and that's the only reason I want you to roll for this.
Okay.
But it's obviously some kind of, observational roll, but it's unlikely to have a high difficulty, put it that way, for the ability to work. I just want to see if, in your current condition, how well you operate. So I will do that for you, since you are unable to do so, unless you want someone else to do it for you. I can assign them access.
No, you go for it. So.
Okay. Right, do you know enough about your character to tell me what you want to use? If anything?
Understanding, I think, on the left.
So I will.
So should be 1.
So I'll pop that in for now, right? So that's there. Why does it say impaired? Is it because you're impaired?
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because you've zero. That's because you've zeroed out. Yeah. I'm going to assume you spent. Yeah, I was going to say I'll just pop that back to 8 for you because you've fixed that. Fine. Now I'll get rid of impaired, which is good. Excuse me, because you would have had the equivalent of like 4 probably recoveries that you could have used. So I'm just going to assume you managed to get all that back, unless you rolled really poorly every time. So any skills that involved you reading people that help this, or is it all just about, like, I know you've got detecting lies stuff, right? So That's not really the same as like getting a read on someone necessarily, for the purposes of understanding. I mean,
that was another thing that I will look into next time. The answer is probably, but for the moment, no.
Okay. Effort.
I say I don't think I quite. Yeah. Yes. Might as well.
Okay. I'm just gonna set you to whatever you would have been if you were full. So what's that? Okay, so that leaves you on 16 for intellect. If we factor in the fact that would have cost 1 as well.
Yeah.
That's fine. And then I think I just roll intellect. The stuff I don't have to do. Yep, that's interesting on this side. Effort to roll. Yep, he said yes to that. Asset none for now. Cost none. Now, I did say.
Oh.
So.
Oh God.
This is why I said it's maybe worth me not reading, rolling. Sorry. So there is the opportunity to spend XP to reroll, and you do have 4 XP, Lockhart, but so do other people in the group, and you can spend XP on each other, etc., etc. You tell me how you would like to proceed, but that wasn't scripted.
I mean, if it was just my decision, I would roll with it or attempt to roll with it. If others would rather just none of this had happened, then we can go that way too. I'm willing
if you
to
don't want
see
XP for the roll, then that's what you decide.
So it's on you. You can either spend your own XP to, because it's 1 XP, you can re-roll it, and that's what happens. It's not having another go at it, it's changing what happened, right? That's re-rolling. Yeah. However, it doesn't need to be you that spends the XP. It can be anybody that has XP that can spend it. It's just the point I was making, because you weren't here for that earlier when I said that. Even if we did speak about it off camera. So, yes. Essentially, you've rolled a 1. Definitely you that rolled that, not me on your behalf.
Yep.
So, are you spending XP to reroll it?
No.
Right.
Respect.
Okay. Are you against anyone else spending XP for it to be rerolled, or are you specifically wanting it to stay?
I am happy for it to. If anyone else feels strongly enough that they would spend XP, then I would just do it instead. Because this was my idea and fault. But I don't. I feel like it is in keeping with the current state of Lockhart that he does just mess something up here. So, yeah. But I also get if that's just less fun for other people of the current moment.
Yeah, and obviously, like, geo-intrusions are meant to just be altercations to the current narrative. They're not meant to always necessarily be, like, bad outcomes. They're just different outcomes to what was expected, right? Mm-hmm. It's meant to inject a bit of random to something, so it's not always how I script, it's not always how you guys script. Because the game gives you so much power to help script things like your player intrusions, that's why these exist, to try and make it a bit extra wild, right? So, I'm also going to say that if you keep it, I'm going to be drawing it from the intrusion deck.
I mean, you already sold me.
That does sound exciting, to be fair.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to draw 3 cards, though, because I can't predict the first one's going to be relevant. But I'm going to try and make one of the 3 cards fit. Okay? Okay. Now we have all spoken. I have shuffled the cards, and I'm taking the top 3, and I'm going to see if anything on them is slightly relevant. Here are.
And if not, it's free, right?
Well, the thing's free anyway, right? There's no, like, he rolled a 1.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I understand. So, let's see. So there's combat, interaction, and miscellaneous are the 3 suggestions, right, for different categories. The first one's hilarious already. So it's a combat one that's first. This isn't relevant to this situation, but I'm going to read it out because it's funny. The foe strikes the character's head or neck, dealing 3 points of speed damage, ignoring armor, in addition to the attack's regular damage. Yep.
Good now.
Just slaps Lockheart for some reason.
Yeah, you're just moving the sword to show to someone else, and it just cuts Lockhart in the side.
I'll read all the interactions outright, and I'll see if any of them fit, and we'll have a look as a group. Interaction 1. Local authorities show up to arrest the NPC, who professes their innocence. If the character successfully intervenes, the rest of the interaction is eased. But a failed intervention might get the character arrested as an accomplice, right? So
It's kind of fun.
yeah,
Kind
yeah.
of relevant.
And
Yep.
it could happen because, let's face it, you did upset Commander Stolt somewhat. So the Queen's Guard could get involved. The miscellaneous one in the same card is the character is physically, emotionally, socially, or intellectually overwhelmed and cannot take actions until they rest quietly for a few minutes, which currently is winning for me.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
rings true, yeah.
Joining me behind the wall.
So that's the first card. The second card interaction. The NPC is impaired. Drugs, alcohol, anxiety, demonic possession, and so on. And misinterprets
Celestial?
and
possession?
Such an interesting Friday night.
misinterprets what the character is saying and or provides incorrect information as if it were true, which I also like. Considering specifically this is an understanding roll that you have made.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
The character suddenly feels cute aggression. The momentary desire to squeeze or crush something cute they can see, such as a baby or puppy, then the feeling passes. So that's...
That's
That's
horrendous.
card number 2.
Oh no.
Card number 3. An NPC hosting the interaction, store merchant, restaurant owner, barkeep, innkeeper, or perhaps Sister Elman, says they need to close up shop, urging the NPC and character to quickly leave. So maybe Sister Elman loses her bottle to go through with this. The character suddenly, this is the miscellaneous one, the character suddenly feels the urge to do something they know is dangerous, step into traffic, jump over a safety railing. So
Just breaks the seal on the Celestial instead of just summoning it to talk.
So I think the best one out of all of those is the second card's interaction, which is you misinterpret the information through the understanding. I think that makes the most sense in the situation based on the context. So you feel like you've got a read on Sister Elman.
Yeah.
We will see how that plays out. But
Fair enough.
yeah, this why I've not done a lot of intrusions myself is because I think I'd rather rely on the random suggested ones to see what we can make work. And if none of them fit, I mean, even as a group, we can volley suggestions. But I read them out so you had a bit of a scope of what the game thinks they are as well.
Yeah.
And I'll read
Yeah.
more of them out so that there's more context when we have the time and the context for it to come up. But I like them. They're fun. So, you use that, you spend some of your points, you get a read on Sister Elman, but again, you didn't meet her initially, and you've had a rough night. So it's fair that you might not have had the best read on her. But as far as you're concerned, things are as they should be, right? As far as Lockheart is aware.
Yes, she's the one from the night church, right? That's how it works.
In the daylight.
Yep. Okay, so we've still got Riven standing with Samda's sword. We've got Myr'ra looking like everything's going as it should.
Best
Nori,
plan.
are you heading to the graveyard?
I'm
entrance, or are you
Backing
staying?
away just to content the horses, make sure they're not gonna.
Because the horses
Bolt.
are definitely, they're far enough away that obviously if you spoke to someone at the horses, the party
Let me
wouldn't hear
have
you.
my excuse, please, to get out of here.
Right, I'm just letting you know that it's far enough away that you wouldn't hear what was going on.
Perfect.
Yep, that's fine. I'm just making sure that's where you want to be. There is no stopping you from going wherever you like. And arguably the church is empty. So, just saying.
Yeah, well. Don't give that away.
So you want to be near the horses, right? Cool.
Yes, I want to be well away
Yep.
from this.
Okay, so you go and guard the horses. Right? Myr'ra, what are you doing?
I'll be nearby. I think I will go up to Sister
Elman.
Element and say, is there anything we can do to help, or should we just back up?
She looks a bit. She's still blankly staring at Myr'ra and Riven, and then turns and goes, "Sorry," as if. What did you just say?
And any way we can help?
Are you at all familiar with the rituals of the Church of Light?
Might have read about them in a book once.
She kind of like does that. She goes,
Yeah.
"That's okay. I appreciate the offer of assistance, but I do feel this burden is mine and my sister's to bear."
Well, best wish day be okay. I'm just gonna back up.
She nods because she gets the
I'm gonna
sentiment.
bail out
Yep.
for Chris, yeah.
She gets the sentiment and she says, "Thank you. I would ask that you perhaps make this as brief as possible. During the ritual, I may not be as free as I would like to ask the Celestial." She's kind of looking more like Riven, who seemed to have led the conversation the first time.
I'll back up towards
So,
Myr'ra and Riven.
Mostly she's saying she might be screaming in agony while holding this Celestial here for a chat, so maybe just make it quick.
Yeah, quick.
Mhm.
I'll back up and we should make sure we have the questions we want to ask ready. We might not
Doesn't
have
know
long.
what's going on. Why is this happening? And is it it? And how do we fix it?
Okay, I like it.
And can we talk to Sandra?
If I get the chance, I'll say that.
If we get an extra question.
Lockhart, anything else? Lockhart? Just kidding.
If hopefully Sister Smellman's got the right ideas for this, and I just hope that the Celestial isn't about to get ideas. If it does not know, then learning could become inconvenient. But let us hope. I'm sure it will go well. I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. All right.
All good. Any other business to attend to before the sisters get to the ritual?
I think Riven's just looked around for Nori and is like, not here anymore.
The cloud
Anyone
in the
else
shape of
wanting
Nori.
to- That like dotted outline that you would get
Yeah.
a Wile E. Coyote.
Wah, wah, wah.
I think Lockhart might just be like, just conspicuously in with Riven in between
Yep.
himself and the sisters.
Yeah, the middle
Like,
of the
what's this? A bumblebee over here?
So
If anyone wants to move back, do so now.
So Sister Elman explains, obviously, the sisters are going to be arrayed as they are. She will be in the centre in front of the sarcophagus, and she will beckon the Celestial as best she can as a focal point to the sisters, amplifying her cry, as it were. And everyone that wants to talk to the Celestial would probably want to be on the inside of the sister circle. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Nori will be in the second game. With a bunch of horses. Saves a whole hour of gameplay, that does.
My fortune is made. I just became a horse breeder.
Yeah, Myr'ra will go in.
Yep.
Mara will be there.
Yep. Riven, Yep.
But it's just slightly on the back of to the side of Riven.
Stand behind me, I don't mind. I was playing to all of you.
Anchoring both swords in the ground, so you've got.
Well, that is a
Don't want to
question.
be holding swords when it appears, just in case it thinks I'm ready for a fight.
Clank,
You are
clank,
holding
yo!
I've got the sword in the belt. She belted the sword onto the side of her.
Cool.
So hands empty. Do not want to be perceived as a threat.
Mhm.
But certainly anchoring, so you know that like 1 foot sideways and straightened out behind, and the other knee's bent. Like right, brace, because I don't know what this is going to feel like.
Okay.
Might be the same again.
So, don't read into this question, but last chance for people that don't want to be in the circle to not be in the circle. Don't read into that in any way other than just the exact fact. I need to know who's in and who's out. So the only person out is Nori. Okay.
Is it worth trying to just give anyone? I mean, I know things didn't go well just a moment ago, but if other people are asking questions, would they like a little boost to their ability to ask questions?
Do you wish to hear a story before we begin?
This reminds me of the time where my friend drunkenly summoned a celestial.
No, we were playing with that Ouija board, and all of a sudden,
Oops.
Something like that. But
What would be the
it's
scenario,
just-
Lockhart? Talk me through the scenario and I'll see if it's even
So
feasible.
The specific scenario I was actually thinking about was when we spoke to, what's his name? Steve?
ghost.
Okay.
When we did literally speak
Ability?
to something.
Remember that time hours ago when
Yeah.
we were all there?
It worked.
Exactly, when we succeeded in learning a bit about them. And so I'd be like, yeah, now remember to keep focused on your questions and to speak in specific manners, and that your words are important. That was the vibe I was going.
Okay. Who responds to Lockhart suggesting that he tells a story, though? At this exact juncture in time. Because I'm not saying it's a good or bad idea, I just know how he rolled so far. How do
Like,
you feel?
Riven's probably a bit too hyper focused on just being like, I've got a body block for the fam. I've got to brace myself, and I am going to probably be the one the first thing this thing looks at. So I think she's a bit too hyper focused.
Especially since I doubt your countess follows the Church of Light.
Pretty sure my
Yep.
countess is trying to make her own church.
Mhm. So, that always
We
goes
don't talk about
well.
It's fine.
So, Lockhart, do you start talking and we can see if people listen? Because it only takes a minute to complete, which is bafflingly efficient.
He knows how to get to all the plot points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just be like,
What is it you're trying to impart, though? What skill are you trying to impart? Because while it's a similar scenario, it's not the same thing you're doing, right? So,
Yeah.
talking to
it's
a ghost isn't the same as summoning a celestial, but you are talking to something otherworldly, right?
exactly.
So there is
And
overlap,
I think
it's just vague.
I'll listen.
I think this put me in mind of that experience, and it was very important how we communicated ourselves, how we got the points of the question across. Our intention behind the information we want is as important as how we say it.
So you're just gonna give them public speaking lessons, like
Pretty much,
yeah. Right?
It's-
Okay.
Wait, you
so-
weren't even there.
Lockhart was.
Oh wait, no. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, I was
That's
speaking
right.
to the ghost was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking with the
Yeah.
ghost. I was thinking before.
So, to do this, you will need to roll because of your current condition.
Yeah.
So, 2 to activate the ability. Are you spending points on effort?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a skill that comes up? Are you trying to cash in on your understanding from Sister Elman?
I wasn't speaking to her. I was anticipating that it might come up,
Okay.
but I was really speaking to these guys. But so I feel like that one's in your hands.
No, it's fine. If it's aimed at them, that's fine. It wouldn't be relevant. It also wouldn't help mechanically because of how badly it went. But it's neither here nor there. So yeah, I guess I'm just... So the move we're using is this one, Anecdote. So I'll pop that in chat. Yeah. So you start babbling away about, the time that Myr'ra did the thing that Myr'ra does, and talking about public speaking and how it's efficient to get their point across, etc. And then we roll and we hope for the best. 1 level of effort. No assets, no cost. But technically there is a cost. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, people seem to be relatively, bolstered, directed, if you will. I am clear of direction in their brain, It sounds like they have no direction, but, it's clearer now. I obviously didn't get the benefit of this rule. So, yep. Right. So, obviously whoever listened to that got the bonus, whoever didn't. Pretty self-explanatory. You can decide amongst yourselves who actually listened. Obviously Nori never got it, distance, too far away. And there's also these are all blocked by a wall of chanting sisters. Yes, so unless there's anything else you want to do, the choir starts. Yeah. It gets quite warm within the circle. There is no breeze anymore from the morning. It's as if the day is accelerating, or the heat of Alata is focused in this area. Not quite Eye of Sauron a la Peter Jackson, but very much a case of feels distinctly different. It feels drier here. Humidity through the roof, or lack of humidity, one of the two. Whatever one makes it drier. Lack of humidity, I think. So yeah, very uncomfortably arid in the throat. And the central sister, near them, the doors of the mausoleum, they are laid open, as she seems to be beseeching the sarcophagus. They start speaking in celestial tones, hence part of the choir. And yeah, it's quite the light show that's going on. Everyone has goosebumps up their arms. It's very said. There is a sense of energy about the place. And in the center, lines crack from all of the sisters, and they all meet in the middle, and light pours out of the ground and up, and light goes straight up into the sky. So it's very, very vivid white light that seems to part the daylight that was there initially. And through that light steps a being that is very hard to focus on. But it does seem to be something humanoid shaped, very large, again, bigger than Riven, and has very, very vibrant, fiery wings as they come into focus. It almost makes a cross with the wings coming out of this beam of light as it steps forward, as the light seems to obviously envelop it. And the choir is of one note now, almost as if that note is sustaining this moment. So, very hard to really hear or communicate, which is not ideal. All attempts at communication that need to involve rolling will be hindered because of the sheer noise and energy of the place. And this again celestial angel seems to like come into slightly more focus. It's hard to see through the haze of heat and white light. As vibrant orange and yellow and red wings that flicker like flame. Seems like the ritual worked. What are you used to?
How you said? I think. Do I even? I want to say I want to check on how the sisters are doing, but that's just going to waste time. If they're suffering, we got to get through this quickly.
They are merely holding this note, this
Okay.
celestial audible note, because they're chanting all cacophonied into this one solid note, which people shouldn't be able to hold.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What are we saying is question 1? We know what the questions are. What order are we doing them? Just why is nobody dying first, or do we do? What's the question? What's the order?
Should we start with, do you know?
Does anybody have any
Do you know-
celestial etiquette as a skill?
Introduce
Do you know
yourself.
what? So first of all, do you know why no one's dying?
Yeah.
And then if it does have an answer to that, how do we fix it? And if it says no, what do we then say?
If it says no to the first one.
If it says it doesn't
Yeah.
know,
If it doesn't know, I guess it might still understand how to stop it. So
yes. So
Yeah, still ask.
we keep going.
So, first question is, what's going on? Do you know what's going on? Please tell us.
So who
Yeah.
speaks to the angel? Because you can feel the heat from its wings, like to the point where you are all going to leave here with suited faces if faces are left intact.
Myr'ra is going to introduce herself. Fair warning.
I might
I don't
try to use a
mind.
cipher.
Okay, going to use a cipher, right?
What are those?
Cypher!
I know. You said noise it's going to be hindered, but I have a psychic communicate. So I could attempt to without having to use my voice.
That's awesome.
You're going to
So that
psychically
way-
speak to a celestial.
Celestial.
I love it. I love it.
It seems terrifying, but
Stop the
also
hindering- yeah, it will stop the
it
hindering of
would
the
make
noise.
me. Yeah.
So then you'll talk to it?
I can at least start.
I love the idea that this all happens, right? This big dramatic like cross of fire and white light, and like Myr'ra's like, I have this paper.
Thing.
If we write on it,
Yes. Sorry, I'm
Whiteboards.
one way telepathic message. Up to 10 words per cipher with an unlimited range to anyone they know. So I can ask 10 words.
Do you know
The
what's
way.
happening?
The Muffin Man.
How
You know
do we
why
fix
people
it?
aren't dying?
No. Do you know?
Can you fix?
Or how
Yeah?
do fix? How
How
do
do
fix?
fix? Okay. Or we can take all the words out. You know why? No die?
you know why no die?
How do we fix it?
So
That
people aren't dying. Can you fix the situation, pretty please?
But we might have another question, and therefore all the 10 words are used. We need to save another.
But you
we
can't-
need-
No, I can only use it once.
It's all at once.
Yeah, that's why
I've
I'm
gotta
trying to
ask
do
it
2
all.
questions with like 5 words each.
Like,
Like you slam them both out, and then it's like, okay. we
Can
have a
you
response.
turn the volume down?
thank you. Big help.
I need you to put your listening ears on.
Okay,
This
babes.
is loud.
Hashtag blessed.
Yep. So
Yes?
so
Should we try?
let's see what happens, right? So this big cataclysmic event is in process, of course. This is normal, like, you know, the very fabric of the town is shaking. And who is stepping up to engage with the celestial entity that has been summoned to this plane of existence, possibly against its will. Or maybe it wanted to come. And
Do you want to use your Cypher?
it is probably about 10 to 12 feet tall.
Oh God, I think Riven should talk to
Okay, okay. It's nearly your height.
It's also not standing on the ground. It's hard to make out detail because of the white column, like it exists
It's
within.
double my height nearly.
But yeah,
That's
it's a
Okay.
big gal.
You don't
Yeah.
like it.
Okay. Riven will kind of like, if not being pushed back, take one kind of like step to stand tall and just. Right. We summoned
Hello
your
again.
hello again. Hi! You nuked us twice already. Please don't do it a third time.
So,
No.
in terms of what's said, though, does Myr'ra say hello again?
I do, actually.
Okay. Yeah. So while Riven's
Especially
like,
if you take a breath
Yeah.
before speaking, like,
yep, you step
Hello
forward,
again.
take a breath, hello again, and then again, like, almost very harmonic notes that come out of this thing's mouth. It seems to resonate in you that you know you don't understand what it said, but the meaning did transfer. Like, you definitely understand what it said. Like, again, the harmony, the music, the intention of the song comes through, and obviously everybody hears this. Is it? We provided a warning, yet you persist.
Do you know why the people within this town are not dying?
I do.
Why and how do we fix it?
And then there's like, again, you can start to see the sister is struggling at this point, holding
I'm
that
trying to
note.
get this as fast as we
Yep,
can.
no, I'm aware, and like that's no, and obviously you cannot see Sister Elman because they are behind this. And the big angelic being says, again, looking between Myr'ra and Riven, and again, like it's hard, very hard to focus on this because again, you can't tell if it's because it's otherworldly or because it's the heat waves that it's like surrounded in. It looks like it looks sad when you ask that question. Like it looks like it has been sad the whole time, like you're focusing on its features. It looks like it has also been crying. What from that you can tell, who knows, but it doesn't sound like it's upset or sad or anything. Like it sounds, again, that very harmonic tones. And it says, like, what was your question exactly? Sorry, what was your wording?
Why and how do we fix it? His first question was, do you know what's going on?
Yep.
He said yes. I said, why? Yeah, why? Why is it happening?
It also seems to be female in presentation as well, the angel, rather
Okay.
than male. And the reply to that you get is, it was a gift. If the gift is unwanted, it can be returned. Every time it stops speaking, there's like a hollowness to the fact that there's no more harmony. Like it's almost as if you need that music back. That's how nice it is to hear this thing speak.
For who?
We need to be careful in questions, just because if we hold this too long, we need to know who has the gift and how do they give it back. Again, we need to know how to fix this.
Yeah, who was the gift?
please do.
Just let me know what he says.
It can't be the mayor. The mayor was done ages ago. I'm thinking, who's asked for this?
What a phrase!
The mayor's dude. He's not important. Well, we love him, but no. What do we think we ask now? Just
Yes, take it back.
I think we need to know who the gift was given to.
yeah, because I don't know if we can give it back.
Yeah.
Well, what to
gift
do is
for
do
who,
both.
then?
Yeah.
Do both. Like, yes, take it back, and if I can't take it back, who needs to do it? So do what both Myr'ra and
Well,
Myr'ra say.
you tell me what you ask the angel, and I will reply.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So Myr'ra, do you want to say that then? Do you want to just go?
Saying
Take it.
what? Please do. And
Yeah, please do. Like, please take it back.
yes, please do. And who was it for?
It cannot be forcibly returned. It must be given back. And then there is a very audible pause for dramatic effect. It goes, the child's grief was deafening.
It's fucking checked it. It was the kid. I knew it had to do with the kid.
As soon as it said gift, yeah.
Yep, so the child's grief was deafening. Only he can return it.
How?
Yes.
I mean, what was the gift then? Because Mum is gone, right?
Yeah, nobody else.
He doesn't want to lose anyone else. He doesn't want to lose his dad.
He doesn't want anyone else to go through the pain he went through.
He doesn't want people.
Who
to
went
lose.
through pain?
He doesn't want to lose Melon.
Yeah, no, I was thinking he does the dog's leg.
Dog's leg.
Oh.
You monsters are gonna kill the dog to save everyone else.
Or do we
What
fix it?
do you say to this celestial being who is on the phone? Because guess who's not in town? And would involve holding this here.
I'm not sure what you mean, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't know either.
So if the child has to give up the gift, the child is at the farm.
Oh,
We need to bring Jack to the grave.
no.
I'm at the
So-
horses.
I mean,
Check
you also are only you're working on a theory right now. You do have the angel you could ask more questions of right now, right? Like
Yeah.
so far, you know
How?
a child has a gift and they have to return
Yeah.
it. You know nothing more than what we've just like theorized.
Okay, so how does he give the gift back?
Is Myr'ra asking that, or is she...
Yeah.
Yep.
How does he give it back? How does he return it?
You must give up what you wished to preserve.
Let it go.
You monsters are gonna kill a dog to save
Let
a
it
town.
go.
It's not even. We're not going to kill it. We're going to convince him to let it die,
Yep.
which is
Yeah.
worse.
It's definitely worse.
The angel said we. Now, it could be some sort of royal we, or it could be... I would
Is
have
this
thought
fey in
Sando.
nature? Or is the implication
Well,
it's
no,
giving us...
Imagine like Sister Elman really fucked up the ritual. Who knew adding silver to the door would cause it to be a fey deal, and it's just got an angel cosplay on. Hurry up before the
I was
wings
just
burn me.
wondering if it is this being and Samda. They did say we, and perhaps that could be something. You know, is Samda part of that? Part of this conversation? Could be worth clarifying, or it's just using we as a fancy
Celestial
conversation style. Yeah.
I absolutely assumed it was like an angelic we.
Oh,
Yeah, I
like
thought it was like the royal.
omnipotent we.
Yeah. We as in all celestials. But it could be worth an ask.
Does the child
Um,
need to be before you to return this gift?
The child must give up the gift. That is all.
Right, so we don't need to keep doing this ritual. We don't need to do it a second time. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
So we could do it at home, right?
It's good clarification because one of the 12 sisters has collapsed.
Ha!
At that point, I think Riven's looking at you like, we need to
Yeah.
stop. Because
Yeah.
we can't see the sister
Yeah.
on the other side.
Mhm.
And if it's starting
Yeah.
to blast affect them, she might be dead.
Yeah.
Or dying.
Anything else we need to know?
No.
I think
Fine.
Lockhart will step forward and be, is Samda with you?
The thing, like, again, that kind of unknowing thing, like, clearly looking directly at you now, Lockhart, which is probably quite uncomfortable. Again, the heat of all of this, making it hard to really form words in people's mouths as well, and you just hear, no.
Lockhart will sort of step back then.
She's been sent. They did send her.
Yeah.
They did do it. We're all good with
Well,
stopping.
she's not.
Yeah.
I think Riven just screams, "Enough!" Like to the sisters, like, stop singing.
You hear, as a reply to you screaming, "Enough, we'll see." And the ritual ends. The blinding light, like there's like almost like a vacuum of everybody like pulled a step forward. All the sisters collapse. Clearly sister elements like collapsed as well. Like the place seems darker than before until the light seems to almost find its way back into the space, as if everybody had really low blood pressure for one one moment. You all feel very different now, to the point where you all get 1 XP. It has changed you that much because you saw and interacted with a celestial. Even Nori from that distance still gets the XP.
So
Oh.
Of course.
Uh,
I did have this as one of my theories in episode in the first one of just, this is somebody that's wished for no death.
So,
A
oh.
child. Shit.
Whose
I'm
mother was
heading
being
straight to
protected
the
by a
main sister.
celestial.
I'm straight to the main sister to try and tend her.
yeah, and like you help her up a bit. She like shakes her head and like immediately like pats you as if thanks, but immediately goes to the other sisters. And like,
Yeah, I think Myr'ra's also.
Tending to them all as
Yeah.
fast as possible. If any look like they need medical help, providing it, water, things like that, just like trying to ease them down.
you see the sister gesture outside the circle. I am clearly knackered. Like, you know, physically they almost look grey, all of them. Like this looks like it's hollowed them out. She gestures, and like a bunch of like other sisters you did not see shimmering, like as if they were hiding themselves out with in the other parts of the graveyard, and they come forward and start healing rituals over the others, as if this was, you know, we kept these people in reserve. Yeah.
Yeah. They have backup plans.
But
Jesus.
you also could take into account that that was also to protect them against you guys as well. Like, she didn't take chances there. So yeah.
Take no insult.
Yeah.
Take no insult from that.
Yeah, I mean it was a very
Totally understand.
dangerous thing to do. The ground is still broken where this thing was. Yeah. It's
Has anything changed on it? Like, is there more life coming out of the ground? Like, is there suddenly hundreds of daisies?
no,
or is it
it's just
scorched earth, or
just like
crap?
steam coming off it. Nothing like no like burn marks or anything as such, but like clearly like visible like damage, right? Like again, a bit like the way like Myr'ra gave off that kind of like evanescence, if you will, right? The same here, and that heat wave seems to be like coming off. Just now you can see that because of the way the light has like come back. But it does seem like the angelic light definitely pushed out regular daylight. Yeah, as I said, you are all somewhat. It would be hard to be unchanged from this event because people don't just see celestials. It's not a thing. The fact that you didn't all melt is probably due to the sacrifice a lot of those sisters made. They will probably live shorter lives as a result of this. Yeah. It's a big ask. Yeah. Hence why they got so many to do it, right? To try and share that out.
Yeah.
To dilute that
Who
impact.
did it? It would have eaten 50 years off each, but having as many as they did, it took 5 off each, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, same idea, right? Like it's
Jesus.
just not something you
Still
should
a
do
lot.
is fuck with celestials. Especially ones deafened by grief.
A child's grief, no less.
So, gang,
Which is
what's the plan?
immediately thanking the sisters. Like, again, just over and thanking them so much. And reassuring the main sister that it was nothing to do with her.
It wasn't her fault.
It wasn't her fault.
Yeah.
This is just...
She looks to you guys and she goes, I appreciate the kindness again, but it's hard to feel that in this situation. And then
Did you hear what it said?
she shakes her head, unfortunately not.
A child's grief. This is all born of a child's grief.
She doesn't know how to take that info. She's like, do you know what you need to do to stop this? can you stop this?
Another nod.
And please let me know if I can help any further, but for now I need to tend to my sisters.
Is there anything we can do to help?
End this suffering.
Not as fast to the horses on the
And
way
you can
anymore.
you can tell that she means the people that are suffering still. The ones that haven't been allowed to die as a result of this. Yeah. So, gang, everything to the horses.
As we get to Nori,
Much
the
sadder.
horses.
Slower.
Yeah, Nori, probably you could probably vibe check that. Certainly, Riven's looks utterly gutted. We have an answer.
I get the feeling it's not one we're going to enjoy.
It's Jack.
Jake should have died.
The dog should have. And his grief of losing too much is so profound that the angels heard it.
This will be tough. Maybe we already have the answer. Maybe we should, just like Melon, who is already injured after losing the leg, if we showed a young boy the suffering of the ones who
We are
cannot
dragging
pass
that
on.
child to those places. We just need him to understand that he has to let go. And explaining that to a child's very hard.
Maybe the discussions we have had with him, especially yourself, in the nightly manner, and the strength you've already given him. You may already have given him the strength.
That sword at your belt feels a tiny bit heavier, Riven.
Yeah, it feels like a fucking anchor all of a sudden. She wants to come off of her. Oh, Myr'ra, why did you?
You're welcome.
Oh, this is gonna be so soft.
A gift! Emotional trauma!
Yeah.
So,
What did you name the blade? Fucking Kill Bill thing starts happening.
so, is there any business other than getting to the farm? Then we're
gosh.
at
walking.
the farm.
At the farm. Okay.
Mhm.
Where's the dad?
You can clearly see, like, the dad's obviously he'd left initially first. He's, like, if yous went slowly, he obviously got there quickly. If yous went fast, yous probably caught up as he was getting to the farm. I think you said yous were going not that fast, so he probably got there first. The horse is, like, thingied up. It's clearly got some hay and, some water or whatever it needs against the porch. And, like, he must be inside or something, because you can't see him on the porch.
Do we see Jack or Melon?
You hear Melon in the distance. Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
So, here is my question as a GM. Are we drawing a veil on you telling a kid to give up its dog? I think we are.
Okay.
Because I don't feel any of us need to roleplay me as a child being upset with you guys trying to convince me to give up my dog that should have died to some kind of cart or horse accident.
My first dog, Lobo, went to the farm when we moved to Germany, so I'm not in this.
I have also lost several dogs. Yes. So I think I just need to ask, do you go through with it?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
Okay. That's obviously as traumatic as we can all assume that's going to be. Because fuck role-playing that out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Riven Diggler
Yep.
gives the sword to him at the end of this, though. He's like,
Yep.
that's yours.
Yeah, and you give the sword back, etc. Yep. He is obviously naturally upset, as we can all assume. And then, yes. How would you like to continue as you get back to town? Because we've done that. That was hard on all of us. What the? Because you've done it in
I would say just
like a day.
I would certainly say to, just because I think Riven wants a peace of mind because this is just sore, go speak to the mayor and be like, are they dead? Or go speak to, no, the sister said she was taking care of the ones that
So,
weren't quite
yes.
dead yet. I would speak to the sister.
You know,
Be like, are they at peace?
you know because Melon's gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So you go and speak to the sister, Elwyn. She confirms that whatever you have done, people have passed. People can be put to rest properly now. It seems like things are back to the way they should be, as grim as that may be for some. Loss is a natural part of life, and it's better that this was resolved. So Sister Elman's very appreciative, even if it means her sisterhood is fucked. Like, she did her part in fixing a big, unnatural thing with the world. Be used to.
To communicate it back to the capital.
Yeah, I think we tell Threem.
I'm going straight to the pub and I'm
He's the
getting
only
very drunk.
mortal left.
Yep.
I don't
You
care
go
what
straight
anybody
to
else
the
is
pub,
doing.
Nori?
Yep.
Straight to the tavern.
Yep. Nori goes to the
Yeah.
pub.
I think we're hitting the
I think we all
tavern.
go
Yep.
to the
He's
pub.
all got
we
to the
can
pub.
head tomorrow.
Pour one out for Steve.
Yep. And Threem will be asleep until night
And
anyway.
Melon.
So, yep. And yes, pour one out for Melon and Steve.
Yeah. I
Yep.
can use my Cypher to send a message to the capital to
Awesome.
what's his face, the
convenient.
king.
Yeah, the King Consort. Yeah. Douglas
King
Dugal.
Consort.
Grace.
Douglas Dugal, His Grace.
I think it's quite a tear stained psychic
Yeah.
communicate.
Yeah, and like as you are all drinking and all, like the night is coming in, obviously, you know that it's probably worth saying, hi and bye to Threem and letting him know his town's probably okay again. Yeah, you get a reply before you start heading off from the bar. The reply comes, which you weren't necessarily expecting, but it comes back saying, "Excellent!" exclamation mark. ... Would be jolly good if you all came back. More things to do. Douglas Dugal. So, a very, not really, like, yeah, just basically come back.
Good
Definitely,
job, you cleaned up the mess.
like, basically, there's more things though. Let's get on with that.
Scooby Gang, next job.
So you're essentially wanted back at the capital. Considering like how bloody quick you did this, all things considered. And yes, you head back to Threem, I assume. Yep. As you are about to walk in, some elven-looking gentleman walks out with a jingled bag of coins, and off he walks. Bit pale at the neck. And he's walking, and he's in like the foyer, like with a tissue, like just fixing his very dainty hands. And Ithane is there also, and he's all walking, and he goes, "Ah, excellent! Yous are back. How fared the day?"
It's done.
What's done? The day? It's why I'm up.
It's fixed.
Right. And he looks to Ithane like he's missing something. What's the curse?
Then you remain the only seemingly undying in the land.
How? Why do you all seem so disappointed? Like he was about to like celebrate almost, and he like stopped. And goes, "I'm sensing a different tone here." You all seem so glum. You have succeeded in your mission for the crown. I'm sure Her Majesty will be very rewarding.
There was a cost.
He like counts you all.
It wasn't ours. Wasn't making.
Right. He looks like sad now. Like he's like, right, like he gets it. He's not like blasé about the whole thing. He can tell yous are not okay. He goes, right. Do I need to know the specifics? Does it affect the town?
Not at the moment.
So he just nods and leaves. Like he just knows what he was going to say. Good. Best to check. And Ithane
The
leaves.
boy and his dog.
Oh,
That's all it.
right. Something so simple.
It's the simple things that usually tear us apart.
He looks a wee bit lost, like he's not really sure what he should be saying or doing now. He's like,
Do you have any very strong liquor? I'm sorry.
and he like walks over and he puts his arm on and he goes, I have a basement full of strong liquor. Let's go see what's matured. And
Yeah.
leads you all downstairs into the basement, which is just a wine cellar, let's face it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, I don't drink wine. So
Do you not mix it with the other thing? I think at this point Rez
Yeah,
is trying to get by.
yeah.
Which is not good because that takes a lot to get
Yeah.
that one.
yeah, and he's like,
Not mix it.
yeah. So again, he makes his small talk as best he can because he feels awkward about the situation because he's like, "Yous are meant to be
Yeah.
celebrating, and now yous are really sad, and this is quite
Okay.
awful."
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So yes, that happens. Obviously, Thane goes and checks with people like the people in the wards being protected by the medical staff and stuff. All the things that were very important to the
main role.
yeah. So Thane checks on that. I guess you guys all spend the night because let's face it, it's been a day.
It's irresponsible to ride under the influence.
Yep.
The horses have had a workout today.
Yeah, they got fucking ran about.
Do you do anything else in town before you go? Before you head back to the capital?
I'd recommend to the mayor to send some sort of reward to the boy,
And he goes,
Jack.
what would you suggest would be appropriate?
A puppy.
Like, while I nearly suggested that myself, like, I just thought, is that appropriate? Is it not? Because it's 50-50, right?
For some people, yes. For some
Put a
people,
suggestion
no.
No.
It's
I'm gonna put a
ask
suggestion out.
him.
Get Sorry Thane to train him. Ask Sorry Thane to train the boy to be a knight, like his mum.
And promise to
Very
hire
sure.
him one day.
Not even hire him, just train him. Train him free of cost.
Mm.
You know, teach him how to use that sword. Let him be this person that stops other people dying. I think that would be.
The mayor
Somewhat
seems
poetic.
more than happy with that suggestion. He goes, I am sure Sir Thane would be delighted at the idea of taking on a ward under my command. He nods, very proud of himself, like as if he came up with the idea.
Just let him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because it makes him feel like he's doing something, right? He's like, yes, that's something
Yeah.
I can do, and then I was part of this also.
He was. He did.
Yeah.
Know.
He definitely did.
Gave us
yeah.
a bed to sleep.
Yeah.
He gave us a bed to sleep. That's huge.
Mhm.
Didn't murder us.
Yeah. Nobody woke up with like bite marks on their neck.
I
Do you know
know.
what I mean? So yeah. Yeah.
Does anybody need gold?
Let's put that for the king. For the king, in all honesty.
So last attempt. Do you want anything else in this town before you return to the capital?
Can we check rations, make sure we've got enough for
Oh yeah, you'll be well
7
stocked
days
for the
back
trip
again?
back. Yeah. Are you
Well,
taking
sorry.
Are you taking the direct route back this time instead of the bandit road?
Yeah,
Are you
take
gonna
the
go-
longer
Yeah.
road home.
Go just
Yeah.
murder
Yeah, we're
those.
not in a hurry anymore.
Just go murder those bandits because it's like, well, it'll make us feel better.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
Yeah.
it would be good
Fuck you
practice.
guys.
Just definitely checking people can die.
So, use take the main road. Remember, the main road's quicker because it's direct and well guarded. The reason you didn't take it before is because it was noticeable.
Oh, that's right.
You took the bandit road because it was almost as quick but more dangerous and very unused. The third road was super scenic and really long. So, So yeah.
Maybe we do that one.
So you get back because obviously it seems like Douglas DeGal wishes to converse with the group, possibly directly tied to the fact that you've completed a mission and has your rewards for such a thing. So yeah, you just get there. Obviously, any kind of like narrative in between time you can just assume happened for the sake of character bonding and such. You're back in that waiting room again. The guards have informed you once you were there, like, there will be, a meeting soon. Please wait and like rest. Again, all of you are left with all of your like equipment and stuff. It again seems like Palace Security are quite happy with that. And then doors at the other side of the room, big double doors open. And there was only guards at the two that you came in through, because remember there was guards on the outside and inside. So other doors open, and in walks the Queen.
Yep.
Not
Down on one knee.
many people get an audience with Queen Loudondugal. She walks in. She's adorned in, again, very ornate, like silvers and blues, as we described as her colours. On her hip is a sword, because she keeps herself armed, which is why you all get to stay armed. So it's quite clear that if it's not just ceremonial, she might be able to handle herself. Or that's the perception, at least, right? Arm your monarchs, people. Oh wait, no. So, wait a minute. Yes. And she goes in, and again it's that Rosamund Pike, actress that I mentioned, that kind of plays Loudondugal, and like probably looks taller when giving speeches and public appearances, doesn't seem quite as imposing in person, other than the way she's carrying herself, and like behind her is dusting himself off is Douglas, like adjusting his like formal wear, like catching up to her like he's just rushed from lunch, and then kind of goes to her side, and she doesn't even like flinch as he stands by her side, as if not even acknowledging that he was there. And she says, "Thank you all for resolving that potentially embarrassing situation. The reports you submitted were quite efficient, if upsetting that it happened. But I'm glad to see that the natural order of things can continue in my birthplace." There's like a moment of quiet. He goes, "However, I have need of your talents if you wish to continue in my service, given how efficient you've resolved that matter and the proximity this new nuisance has to Loudenhall. To the west of Loudenhall there is a bandit claiming the throne. This bronze-maned lion has called me a usurper." She looks raging when she says that. Like, the audacity of someone saying, "I have usurped the throne." And she couldn't have that sword on her hip if she wasn't queen. Remember the 5 blades? Like that's
Yeah.
that's one of
the Arthur sword.
that's
It's
yeah,
Excalibur.
that's one of the 5
Yeah.
blades, right?
It's Hit
So she's raging. And she goes, "Yes, it seems that this bronze-maned lion is gathering an army to remove me from the throne. I wish yous to go, infiltrate this usurper, and kill her." And that's where the credits go.
Oh,
So well done, everybody. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ryan. That was awesome.
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you all for
What a
playing.
twist.
Let's go in order, and we'll name the session first and try and keep some kind of focal point here. Yep. So, what would you like to call this session? I can obviously pop our suggestions in. Okay.
Strong.
Yep. I am a sucker for alliteration. I know that. It is a curse of mine. Okay. Oof. Okay. So, for the people that can't see this chat, our suggestions are today's goodbye, Grief's gift, a good dog down, who let the dogs out, you can't make a pie without breaking a melon. Holy fuck. Also a valid suggestion title, I guess, would be Holy Fuck. But
Absolutely.
yes.
Oh.
That's probably, I don't think that's the right spelling, but it's close enough. So, I don't know, I'm sorry Chris, but I don't know if I have the actual caliber to let your suggestion of Who Let the Dogs Out be the title. I'm just going to throw my vote in here, and I'll let the votes decide the rest, but I definitely don't think I can type Who Let the Dogs Out. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, another tie. So we'll need a tie break. So I believe
Oh no. Oh, in that case, I'm going to go down here.
Okay. So to
Is that title too long?
yeah, a little. So I'm gonna just say that the tie breaks where I put my vote because I'm mean that way, and it's Grief's gift because that simplifies it since 6 of us was a terrible idea to do votes between 3 options. So yes, Grief's gift purely because it's also smaller. It's very good suggestions all round. Thank you, gang. Right. So everyone completed the mission. So obviously, narratively, you all had made, off-camera deals with the Crown, and thus those will be honoured for whatever those were. If these characters continued, we could discuss that based on Character Gen 2.0. And everybody got 5 XP for completing the mission.
Exciting.
Yeah, so please note that down, because if these characters continued, they would have such. Yes. So,
What's XP now?
wrap up chat. Yes. We'll do it in the original order. Alexander?
That was very good. Thank you very much for introducing us to Cypher
Thank you for playing.
and to the world. I think you did tell us a name for the world.
Yeah, so I'm calling it Cascade for now. For this
Okay.
world, I like it as a saying. So that's Cascade until further notice.
Okay, and Cascade. As for today itself, I will definitely need to catch up on how the first half went, but I was very glad to be able to make the second half.
I was hoping you would make the second half based on the pace that had been set. I was like, oh, I hope he can make it, because I think it might end tonight.
And I did just enjoy the narrative excuse for Lockhart's here, but he's not quite all there. And just playing it a little bit different. Also, I mean, you already had to give me the headache of Loudon Hall, but then Whitehall.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
I know. I'm not even sorry.
But we'll figure that out, and I do hope. Not sure. Actually, you know what? I think I am sure. I think I know what most other people's experience or feeling is going to be on the matter, but certainly I do hope to see Lockhart again, and I do hope to see many of the other characters, or whatever they may change or develop into. pour one out for all the good dogs.
Yep.
You monster.
I know. And I did. So obviously, all of you know about my personal life that happened recently as well. And I was like, am I going through with this story? Because that's rough on even me. Like, but no, I was like, I thought it was an important story to tell. Grief's important to share, right? So, yeah. I did enjoy writing this story, as sad as it was. Yep.
Well, I look forward to him tracking down the means bronzed lion folk.
Yes, the bronze-maned lion. That seems to be a female usurper to the throne.
How does
Interesting.
an infiltrate when we can't even get their name right?
Claiming that the queen is a usurper.
Even though she has the magical sword that proves otherwise.
Right? Yeah.
Like the actual god.
Thank you again, Alexander. I thoroughly enjoyed seeing you as the very underestimated and very dangerous potential that is Lockhart Dourf. Like, yeah. Not sure if I want to see a higher level version of that, like, but also excited to see what you would do in different context, right? Yeah, exciting times. Thank you again for playing. And next in line, I believe, is Dylan.
Yes. What a bittersweet, sad, but well done ending.
You did
I
very well.
I wasn't expecting it, and I liked it. Like,
I'm glad. I'm really glad you liked it. I wrote it to be liked, right? Yeah. I was, as I said, wasn't sure if it was going to hold up. I didn't quite expect it to get to 4 parts, mind you. But I'm kind of glad it did. It felt like you've got time to breathe in the town, which was good. You've got to absorb some of the world lore to make the world feel more appealing to play more games in. So, yeah. Loved Myr'ra. Myr'ra was great.
Myr'ra was great. I'll have to decide if she's like a strong enough character to carry like a real campaign. Like, I like her a lot, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, and for people that I'll probably just say this from a mechanical point of view. Say we were keeping the group together or whatever. You can all keep the 5 XP to a new character if you started someone fresh. Like, that was the reward for completing the one shot, as it were. One shot. And like, I would happily allow you guys to have 5p heads up, just so you don't feel like you're lagging behind other people. But that's only because it was awarded as a FunShot reward rather than the stuff earned during it. So for example, currently Lockhart's on 9 XP, but if you took someone else instead of Lockhart, and you would have to take the 5 off of Lockhart and give it to somebody else. And then Lockhart would keep his 4 that he earned during the game, but the 5 reward you could put on a new character, just so you don't feel like you're totally behind other people. But this game doesn't really like make people super out of sync with each other, which is nice, because you can spend XP as you wish, really. So yeah, but no, like, Myr'ra might just go back to her job, right? Like, carry on. Like, death is a natural part of Myr'ra's life, so
yeah.
Yep. You could take.
I was actually kind of imagining that Myr'ra would have been a good person to talk to for the to talk to Jack.
Yeah, I think just for the sake of all of her emotions, it was good to draw a veil in that scene, and it's probably that you all,
for sure,
like, you probably all took turns making sure Jack was okay, especially like maybe Myr'ra's the one that did stay with them when Melon passed, right? Just for the fact that this, like, you could have told him you were shepherding its spirit, right? Like, you could have been there properly doing, essentially what you're just naturally good at. As weird as that sounds to say about Myr'ra and consoling people. Yeah. That was good. It was really good. It was nice to see someone with your skill set in this scenario, because it was very appropriate, right?
Yeah. Very apt.
So it was nice to see that as well.
It was a nice surprise, in fact.
No, good.
And then Hedge Magic was the best thing I could have spent the XP on, for sure. Thank you, Riven. for the cloak.
For your big sushi gold cape, you are more than welcome.
It's good.
What a fun scene.
Mhm.
But yes, no, thank you for the campaign.
No, like, you're very welcome for the fun shot I ran. Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, yes. Mayhaps I had to. When it said well, thank you again for playing. And Hannah.
Yes. It's such a nice way to do it that it wasn't a big plot and it wasn't like machinations.
Yeah, machination, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Incredibly sad.
I am
Everyone hug
sorry.
Beth.
I am very sorry.
But yes, amazing though. Like I feel like we all felt like a real like stab of like, oh no.
Yeah, it's
So-
a very human thing to feel.
Mhm,
And I think that's like, really what appealed to me when I was writing it, was
mhm.
this is so simple and everybody can relate to this stuff, right? This is sad.
Mhm. And it was I really liked unpicking to get there. Have really enjoyed the system. Got to use a Cypher,
Yeah.
technically off screen at the end, but
Yep.
still.
Yeah, still. Yep.
Yay! We used one.
You used one in
We
like
did it.
in like 22 hours. You
Success.
used one.
And yeah, I say I've really enjoyed the group and delving into a bit more of like who Myr'ra might be. I definitely think she's now had a taste of the outside world.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily want to go back to the library full time.
Good. It was nice to see Myr'ra and her travelling writing desk.
But then she wouldn't
Always
rather be
useful.
reading.
I know.
But
What
that's
will
something.
she do?
But that's something you could do. Like if you were to take Myr'ra forward, you could pick
Mhm.
a new focus instead, right?
Yeah,
To say this is
that could
her
be
new
fun.
outlook, right?
Yeah.
Now it's rides the lightning or something.
Yeah,
Oh, excellent.
exciting prospect.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Myr'ra was great. I liked the attempts at trying to put in practicality with Goblin Mode Hannah, which was we should try and console them, but
But it
this
was
other
so
idea that
funny.
may be chaotic. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, was a delight. So again, thank you also for playing. Thank you all. Thank you. Chris.
Brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed, as you just said there, 22 hours. Although it's been spread out over a few months, it doesn't feel like that it's that long. And as far as I'm concerned, there's a long way still to go.
Yeah, right.
So-
a whole world to explore. What's that caldera
Exactly.
situation, right?
Yeah.
Never mind this bronze-maned lion.
Staying away from trying that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to come up with an acronym for that one. Whether Nori would stay the same, I'm not so sure. As I say, I've read through numerous things here, and
But that's the thing,
There's
like,
things that
you
might
could
be
all
fun to play about.
make this the thing that changed you guys, right? You could all pick new focuses, right, and reshape your characters, even if it's the same person. It's maybe just different things are important to them now. Because we didn't necessarily see a lot of each of your focuses either, right? And who's to say those weren't abilities out with? Like, nobody needs to know the mechanics behind it, right, in universe. So, yeah, experiences should shape you guys. And if you did go forward as different people, but the same, like, template, right? Like we said about Myr'ra changing from, like, would rather be reading to, maybe it needs to be, like, speaks for the land, or whatever the random thing, like, maybe intrigues her. Maybe even something like consorts with the dead might interest her. She goes down a necromancy route, rather than the shepherd's spirits that Myr'ra has got. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting...
Goth team.
Yeah, right, full goth team. So,
yeah, and even then, as I spend experience, the character may change
Mhm.
ever so slightly as well. So
yeah, and that's
yeah,
it. And, like,
and strangely enough, the suggested new mission probably suits my character at the moment better than the one we just done. So who knows? Yeah.
Exactly.
But, yeah, sign me up if you need me.
Yeah.
I'm about. So yeah.
it's always, like, as I've said before to, like, yourself and other people, like, your style of roleplay is always quite fun, because you do look at an idea and go, oh, I shouldn't though.
Yeah.
But here was the idea I had. Can you convince me to do it? Like, yeah, it's good. It's fun. It's always fun to see. Like, I enjoyed you playing Keldrath. I've really enjoyed you playing Nori because it feels like you're getting, again, a bit more of your kind of cheekier side out through Nori. Yeah, you're happier go lucky.
Whenever you said the Queen comes in and Nat said straight down to her knee, I was going to make sure, because of all the suspicions before it, I was going to say, I wink at the Queen just so that Riven can see me doing it. Just to see. So
maybe that did happen in the camera, yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe Nori did wink at the
I
Queen.
think Riven would be proud. Riven would be slightly proud. Like,
That smirk on her face, yeah. And then the Queen obviously livid as evident, yep. It's why I liked, what's her name? God, I always forget her name, Rosamund Pike. Because she's got quite an emotionless, severe face a lot. She's very good at doing that. Like, it's why I thought quite a good template to like convey the how dare, like the audacity of someone claiming she wasn't the rightful queen. But yeah, no, good. I'm glad you had fun. It was definitely fun having you, and I would happily run a campaign with all of you in it again, whether you've played the same characters or not, because again, there's a reason you were all welcomed in for the one shot. Yes, thank you again, Chris, for playing.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Nat.
Absolutely fantastic. What all of the feels, which is something you do really, really well, is the kind of emotional roller coaster through like the apprehension, the fear, the frustration, into the anger, into the sadness. Like, and even then, like, there is still that happy ending. I love the fact that it wasn't like, oh, here's the final boss. It's a big fucking angel. It was never that. It was never set to be that. It was like, it's not a fight. It's an understanding. That's what the whole thing was. And it is, as you said, it is important because it is just part of life. Is just, you've got to learn to say go, to let go, to say goodbye, and the name of the one shot makes so much more sense.
Yeah, right. Tomorrow's
because
goodbye.
He just keeps prolonging it because it's like, no, wait till tomorrow. That way that with your pets, if they start getting ill or something, you're like, just one more day, give me one more day, and it's like, but when do you stop?
Yep.
You would never stop.
Yep.
That's the reality, and it's something that I think, and with a child, it just makes it so much more prevalent because you lost a toy when you were a child and you were devastated sometimes. Like, losing an animal was just like, well, my world's collapsing.
Yeah. And like, that is what I wanted to convey, and I think obviously it worked given your feedbacks, which has been nice to see. So again, I'm very pleased that it landed and it wasn't just trauma for everybody. But like, obviously we know Jack did not have the capacity to deal with his mother's death. Just didn't have it. And obviously the idea that Melon then had its accident, and it was like, absolutely not. Do you know what I mean? Like, no wonder that deafened an angel of death or whatever it happened to be. Like, no wonder that thing was like, it can't continue. It needs to stop. And obviously the outcome it had, like, it's why certain people could die, because Jack didn't know them. It wasn't a loss at that point.
Didn't want to lose anything or anyone else.
Yep.
So his dad would never have died. The dog was never going to go. Anyone he knew, anyone from the church, it was just...
And you guys all met him, so yous were all cushy.
We would have been immortal.
Yous could have been immortal.
But at what cost?
Exactly, right?
But then it was just so... I loved the system. I think the system's great. I think, again, I keep saying it, it lends so much into teamwork. It lends so much into wanting each other to succeed instead of like D&D where it's just like, I'm going to give you inspiration because I'm a bard, and everyone else just gets to sit there on their hands and it's like, I'll cast guidance because I'm a cleric. You really feel like you are here to make sure each other succeed. Like, it is such a team game, and I really, really enjoy that. Very much looking forward to definitely playing Riven again because she never had to draw her sword.
Yes, indeed.
See, y'all don't know about the tough warrior who rages, like the blender that just occurs sometimes.
I know, like, I know that Chris said he didn't really get a chance to like show off Nori, but really we didn't get to see what Riven was designed for at all. We just got to see such a nurturing side of Riven, which was lovely.
Which that was what I wanted to build, that kind of duality in people. You know, it's like I want the best out of the people I care for, but you know, just like if you hurt the things I care about, you're going to meet something that you won't survive. You know, that kind of nature that I think exists in every person. Of, you know, if somebody hurts somebody you loved, you would hurt them if you got the opportunity.
It's
and
also
it's the kind of darker side in us that we have to kind of relate to.
Like exploring more of like Riven in context will be interesting, I think, as well, because we've got a lot of there's a lot of politics behind Riven that nobody got to see. But more so, there's now a more exciting chance at a combat duel, because nobody's immortal anymore. So it's now exciting to see who fights and wins between Ciri, Thane, and Riven.
And again, like, just because again I love your world building and I love the things, I just want to play Riven again because of the little things like I brought the Countess up, not even got a name for her, don't even know where we really come from. I just want to see what you take off of all of us as individuals, because I've seen all, like, we've all seen like just behind the mirror of all of each other. I just want to see what you take with those little things and just run with. I want to see what you make, and I think that's always something very exciting about playing with you, is just like we give you, you know, those little things and you make novels out of it, and I love that. So I am very much looking forward to Riven coming back, probably with a new weapon and some new armor with the money she's made out of this, and being like, all right, Chiefs, let's go.
Yep. Leveled up. Indeed. Again, thank you for playing as well. Thank you for the lovely words and sentiments, everyone. That was very well received. Much better received than I thought it was going to be, because again, I was worried it was going to be an unmitigated disaster. So that was always a risk. Purely because of the tones I was playing with, rather than anything else. But no, I've loved building this world out. I've been fusing parts of an old world I never really got to use from like 2012 or 2011 or something. So I've been cherry picking a lot of stuff that I had from a different world that I've been fusing into this new idea. It's not as smooth as I would like it to be, but with a campaign project that could be exciting to explore what works and doesn't work. He's all made such.
We're still learning this as well.
Well, that's
there's
right.
Still so much to do.
Well, there's so much of the system left untouched in terms of this.
There's so many ciphers to collect and not use.
Yeah, right. Because like now Myr'ra has a space for one more to hoard and not use. But anyway,
I will still say that I never had an opportunity to use mine. There was no reason for me to grow wings and fly about for like so many minutes. None.
Just like saying hi to the town, like, you know, scouting about. But yes. Thank you again all for playing. What a wonderful group you've all been. Such interesting characters. I can't wait to see what we do in this world going forward, if indeed we continue in whatever shape that looks like. But until then, I guess it's now time to say goodbye. So, goodbye everybody.
Bye everybody.
Good night everyone.
Goodbye.